Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our ever energetic Director of Sports for the third Faculty Development Program. We are overjoyed to welcome the additional registrar, SRMIST, the ever smiling Maithili Madam, the Florence Nightingale of SRMIST. The strength of SRMIST and the power of our department. She is a born leader who always leads and lives a role as a role model to the students' society. We conducted Achievers Day because of the spark and the inspiration she gave us. We wholeheartedly welcome you, Madam, for the inaugural function of the Faculty Development Program. I'm happy to welcome today's resource person, Dr. Thirumali, for the Faculty Development Program. I'm also very happy to welcome our faculty members and our HOD, Dr. Albert, our Department of Yoga, HOD, Dr. Sendil, and all the participants from various universities for the Faculty Development Program. May I request our Honorable Additional Registrar, Madam, to give the inaugural address. Madam, please.
Thank you. A very good morning to one and all. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate the Directorate of Sports, the faculty members, and all the participants for this week-long virtual faculty development program that you have arranged. I should mention that the director and his team are always up and ready to come up with interesting programs for the students, ensuring that they keep the flag of SRM flying high. My thanks to all of you. Yoga has become the magic mantra for today. We practically have the entire world looking up to India, looking up to us for what we have to offer. And as a university, SRM has been doing its very best to bring out the students out into the field, both through sports and through yoga. And I think it is a challenge to ensure that the students create or rather maintain a balance between their mind program would definitely take us towards that kind of a balance, which is the need of the hour for our students. It is our responsibility to train the youngsters of today to have a very healthy future. My thanks are due to Lakshmibai Institute of Physical Education, with whom SRM collaborates in conducting this program, the Tamil Nadu Physical Education University for being the resource person for today. And my thanks once again to the Directorate of Sports, and my wishes to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you for giving a wonderful inaugural address, Madam. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce today's resource person. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the perfect gentleman in the field of physical education and sports. Soft-spoken and filled with knowledge and enthusiasm to take further Indian young generation to the world competitive level. Ever ready to clear the doubts of the students and the scholars. He is a role model to a lot of aspiring students who want to take physical education as their life career. He is working as a professor in the Department of Physical Education in Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, Melkottayu. He is a member of the syndicate from December 2016 to 2019 at Sports University. He did his BSc Physical Education and Masters and MPhil in Physical Education and PhD in Physical Education. And he has done his yoga, MSc Yoga, MSc Psychology, a lot of diploma courses and PG diploma courses. He has received plenty of awards. Out of that, he got a Social Activity Water Conservation Award, and he is a doctoral committee member in 4 universities and 4 research centers. He is a board of examiners in 11 universities and 5 autonomous colleges. So far, he has guided 15 PhD scholars in physical education and 3 in yoga, and guided MPhil 74 scholars in MPhil and 10 in yoga. So far, he has published 7 books, and he has published more than 42 research articles, and he has organized more than 10 workshops and FTP program. He has attended plenty of conferences and workshops. Thank you. May I request our resource person to start his presentation. Thank you, sir. Please. Sir. புரியுங்க சார்.
சார் திருமலை சார் ரெடியா இருக்கு சார், நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் சார். திருமலை சாரே காண ஏங்க அவரு உள்ளதாங்க கீழே இருக்கு பாருங்க ப்ரொஃபசர்.
Good morning. Mohan, am I audible?
சார் பக்கா சார் ஆடியபிள் சார்.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
ப்ளீஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க. ப்ளீஸ் ஸ்டார்ட்.
Yes, thank you. Very good morning to honorable present over here. At the outset, I thank Dr. R. Mohan Krishnan, the Director of Sport, SRM University, and the authorities of the SRM Institute of Science and Technology for giving us an opportunity to share some of my views on the dynamics of reform, perform, and transform in physical education and sports with the participants of the faculty development program organized by the Department of Physical Education and Department of Yoga, jointly with LNIP Gwalior. So it's my pleasure to be a part of this faculty development program. and to share some of my views on this given topic. So let us go into some of the basic concepts before touching into the main area of the dynamics of reform, perform, and transform in physical education and sports. Next slide. So today we are in a different arena where the modern learners become so sophisticated, so restricted. They are in a different arena to face the learning aspect. Not only the academic subjects, all the subjects, including physical education, we are in a position to cater the needs of the modern learners. So we have to adjust, we have to assess the need of the modern learners. Then only we can go for the correct curriculum to be developed or curriculum to be delivered to the modern learners. So understanding the modern learners position, today's status must be a need of the hour for every educationist. Next slide. So the corona lockdown has given a vast changes. The students' capacity and the students' learning levels, everything has changed. See that the students cannot sit in one place for a long time. It is the effect of the lockdown. Then the decreased ability to observe the lesson, their interest in education has decreased, the cell phone usage has increased, their desire to make money has increased, classroom inclination, the field has decreased, writing ability has decreased. See that writing ability of a 7th standard student is given the right side. Pasi parupu, vellam, seeni, kasagasa, thuram parupu, paakku kottai, and thuram parupu. They have written in a different language, which we have not seen before this lockdown. This is a handwritten copy of the 8th standard student. So the quality of remembering for a long time has decreased. The idea has been arisen that everything should be easily available. So they have changed everything, they have to get in an easy manner without any hard work. The idea that you can pass anyway has increased. So we need to go for online examination, or without examination we have to pass. The idea they need to get passed. The desire to learn completely has diminished. So in this scenario, how the education is, how the physical education professional, how the sports professional can educate the mass, either in school education or in higher education, is the big question now. Next one. So according to the health, we can take the obesity as an indicator for the health of the children. The health of the children has increased, especially the boys. They have gained 3.8 kg as per the data given by the government of Italy, and 1.2 kg has been increased for the girls. So it indicates that there is a vast change in the health aspect, academic aspect, the extension activity aspect. So that we have to take measures through the physical education. So the international forum, the international community has expect something addition from the physical education and sports professional. What is that? Next one. So the physical inactivity, the number 4 killer of the worldwide. So the World Health Organization has studied the most causes for death. The first one is high blood pressure. The second one is tobacco usage. The third one is high blood glucose. And the fourth one is physical inactivity. My dear physical education professional, it is in our hand to increase the physical activity of the students, either in the school education or in the higher education. You have to increase the physical activity and to decrease the physical inactivity, because the physical activity is a miracle drug that can cure all the diseases or discomforts or some of the health related issues. So as a physical education professional, we have to take the physical activity to be all the all the students of various educational institutions to have a health all around the world. So the physical education can be the possible source to increase the physical activity and to decrease the physical inactivity, so that we can stop the various causes of death, that to the early death by the various people because of the physical inactivity. Next one. So they have demanded a quality physical education. So earlier we had a different aspect of physical education, but after the lockdown, the international community has demanded a new version of physical education. What is the new version? That is called as the quality physical education. So quality physical education program can be developed in different institutions. For school, a different program; for college, a different program; for a university, a different program. Even for some of the companies, some of the institutions, they need a different physical education program named as quality physical education program. So it should focus on increasing the physical competency, health, the health related fitness, self responsibility, and enjoyment of physical activity of all the students, so that they can be physically fit for a lifetime. So they have to enjoy. Please understand, the physical activity must be an enjoyable experience than a punishment. So you are not supposed to give the physical activity as a punishment for the student. So the physical activity must be an enjoyable experience for all the students of all the educational institutions, so that you can develop, you can focus on increasing their physical competency level, their health related fitness, self responsibility, and they have to continue the physical activity as a lifetime event. Not only a single day event, not only to achieve something, not only to get some certificates, but it should be a lifetime activity for their maintenance of health. So that is what the international forum is demanding from the physical education and sport people. Next. So the reform, perform, and transform. Why? Why we have to go for the reform, perform, and transform? It's a mantra given by the government of India to all the fields. So we are in a position to reform, perform, and transform. So now we will see how we can reform, perform, and transform in the field of physical education and sports. You may be a faculty working in a university or college, or you may be a director of physical education, assistant director of physical, a school teacher, a school physical director, or anything. But now you are on the stage to reform, perform, and transform physical education to the next level. Next month. So what is the need? Why we need this? This mantra is why needed? Because nowadays the incremental changes are not enough. So far we had a lot of changes in the physical education curriculum, or the sports activities, or the physical fitness activities. But these changes are not enough to fulfill the aspiration of the stakeholders of physical education and sports. Who are the stakeholders of physical education? The parent, student, teacher, a general community, the government, central government or state government. Everyone is not to fulfill the aspiration of them. So that we need to reform, we need to go for a changes, so that we can have a quality physical education for all the peoples of the all the levels. Next one. So the reform stands for focusing on small things, even a small thing, or sometimes it can be a big thing, which has power to bring big changes. The aim of reform is to bring big changes, but the modification can be a small one, or even it can be needed a big one. But the aim is to have a big change. Then perform by judging very objectively, keenly judge the objective. What is the purpose of doing this? What is the purpose of doing this FDP? What is the purpose of doing this particular training? So various performance indicators. So there are indicators are there. There are some norms are there. So to fulfill that norm, we have to perform, then transform, to change in composition or structure. So far we have followed some structure, some administrative roles, some administrative structures. So you have to change in the composition or the structure for a betterment of the physical education and sports. Next one. So why reform is required? So the reform can be horizontal and vertical. Some of the areas we need the horizontal reforms. Some of the areas we need vertical reforms. So horizontal reforms focusing on physical education sports is on the development of infrastructure. So we have to develop the infrastructure of all the levels, school level, college level, university level, or the rural area, villages, town, or the metro cities. So you have to go for the horizontal reform in developing the infrastructure. Then vertical reform to develop the performance. So what is their fitness level? What is their sports performance? That you can have a reform so that you can have the vertical reform. So that you have to combine the horizontal versus vertical reform. You cannot exclude or you cannot omit the horizontal development or horizontal reforms or omit the vertical reforms. You have to combine both. You have to balance both the horizontal and vertical developments, vertical changes and reforms. So I am insisting on the horizontal development for the development of infrastructure, the facilities for all the physical education professionals or the sports professionals or the general fitness enthusiasts. So you have to develop the infrastructure. Then you have to develop the performance. So different kinds of age, different kinds of facilities, different kinds of training methods can be used to increase their performance. The performance not only stands for sports performance, there even their fitness goals, even their daily routine to walk, run, or jog. So that can be improved by showing some of the reforms in the vertical level. Next. To quote the examples, I am taking the Khelo India program. So the Khelo India Youth Games recently conducted at Haryana, where the Haryana topped the medal tally with 52 gold medals. And it was followed by Maharashtra 45, Karnataka with 22.7, whereas Tamil Nadu has secured 7th position by with 14 gold, 14 silver, 24 bronze, and total of 52 medals. So here you can see the both horizontal and the vertical development. The horizontal reforms. What are the horizontal reforms? The infrastructure developed for this game is international standard. So the international standard sporting facility is coming to a particular city because of this Khelo India program is the example for the horizontal reforms. So all the facilities, whether it can be a main track or warming up track, whether it can be an indoor hall for some of the games or some of the other facilities extended to the fields. So the horizontal reforms was taken place in a well-planned manner and well executed by the Khelo India people. The performance also, all the teams, including the Haryana team or Tamil Nadu team, all the teams, the performance level are very professional. Even you can take the uniform of the players, the gadgets of the players, everything is increased and the performance level also increased. So it can be considered as an example for the vertical and the horizontal development. Even not only the modern games, they have considered the tradition of our India. They have included the some of the indigenous games also in the Khelo India Youth Games. So, for example, Malkam, Katka, Kalari Paitu, Yogasana, everything were included in the Khelo India Youth Games because we should not get away from our traditional sports also. So the reforms should not avoid the tradition. The reform can strengthen our tradition for the modern day young peoples. So the Khelo India Games can be considered as one of the best example for the reforms in the vertical and the horizontal development. Next one. So what are the reform by the Khelo India? So the Khelo India scheme consists of different verticals. They are covering the different verticals, around 12 verticals they are covering. One first one is to support the national and regional and state sports academies. So whatever it can be a sports academy of state level, the Khelo India is supporting. Then the the physical fitness program for the school students. Then sports for women, they are going to have the Women's Sports Festival in a different international standard. The performance for the disabled people also. They are not excluded. They are inclusive sports. They are going to have for the disabled people. Then they can have the sports for peace and development, promotion of rural sports, then utilization of creation of upgradation of sports infrastructure throughout the country, talent search, annual sports, then the state level sports, then the community sports, then the playfield development. So all they are taking into consideration at different levels to have the vertical and the horizontal reforms in our country, the sports and physical education and fitness arena. Next. So whenever we are thinking about sports or physical education, the highest is called as the Olympics. So the Olympic is having a different administration. So one of the biggest event in administration is called as the International Olympic Committee session. This in simple language, you can say that it's an annual meeting of the International Olympic Committee. So the yearly meeting with 101 voting members and 45 honorary members were there, came together to decide the amendments of the Olympics, if there is any change in the acts and statutes of the Olympics, the charter of the Olympics, the election of the IOC members, office bearers, and etc. So that can be decided only in the International Olympic Committee session, like our AU General Body meeting. The International Olympic Committee session is one of the prestigious meeting which is conducted throughout the world to decide or to change anything in the Olympic rules or Olympic, the conduct of the events or the election, everything. So there is such an important meeting is called as the Olympic Committee session. Next. So now a reform, a biggest reform taken by the government of India with the support of the other authorities and the private agencies. Now we are going to have the Olympic Committee session in India after 40 years. The Olympic movement come back to India after 40 years as we have the honor of hosting IOC session in Mumbai in the year 2023. The Ambani, the IOC member, the founder of the Reliance Foundation, has taken this effort to bring the IOC back after 40 years, and we are going to have the IOC session in the Mumbai city for the benefit of the youth of our nation. To have a different sporting scene in our country, we are going to have a different reforms so that we can have the better sporting arena for the youth to come. Next slide. So she has also added that sports has always been a beacon of hope and inspiration of millions of people around the world. So we are the India is one of the youngest country in the world today, and she is excited for the youth of India to embrace and experience the first-hand the magic of Olympics. It is our dream to strengthen this partnership further to host Olympic Games in India in the years to come. So we have aspiration, we have an interest to host Olympics in India. So there are so many obstacles. The first obstacle broken by the effort of the Nita Ambani is to have the IOC session in the 2023 in Mumbai. It will pave further way to host the international events like Olympics in India in the days to come. So it is an opening, it is a reform, a small change in the administration of the Indian Olympic Committee, so that the International Olympic Committee is coming to India to host their annual meeting in the city of Mumbai. So it will definitely give some of the changes in our sporting scenes. Next one. So about this, next one. Hello. Oh, yes. So about this, the Narendra Bhatta, the IOU president, has also added that this is the start of a new era. of Indian sports. So Indian sports can be changed, coming to a new limelight by organizing this IOC session in India. It's a long-term goal of Olympic Games in India. We are ambitious and recognize our objectives are bold. We want Olympic movement to play a central part in the building the brighter previous one. So that we want the Olympic movement to play a central part in building a brighter future for our next generation. So the IOC session in Mumbai 2023 with a strong emphasis of youth potential, sustainability, and innovation will be one of the first steps to showcase India new sporting capacity. So we are able to have organized the sports in India up to the Olympic standards. So we have the sustainability, we have the potential to host any international event. So for that, the first reform is to host the International Olympic Committee session in Mumbai. So even you can think that it's a small thing, but it will give a greater way for organizing events like Olympics. Next one. So when we are going for the performance, so now we can think Indian best performance, the maximum, the best, considered as an Olympic event. The first athletic gold is secured by the Neeraj Chopra with a performance of 87.58 meters, which is held on 7th August 2021. So this can be the best performance of India in the Olympics. Behind this, there are so many reforms, there are so many changes we have made so that it can give the best performance to the world. So now, say for example, considering the performance of Neeraj Chopra on the 7th August 2021, now the Athletic Federation of India consider to host the National Javelin Day on every 7th August from the year 2022. They are going to have the javelin competition throughout the countries at different level by the association of different associations, athletic associations under the Association of Federation, Athletic Federation of India. So the importance can be given in a small part, but it will have a different impact on the performance. So whenever we are considering the performance, we are thinking about our Olympic goal. So what are the performance we had in the Olympics? Just to recollect, so that what are the impact of our reforms which had a higher increase in our performance. So it's not only the Olympics, you can think about your institution. What are the progress you have made when you joined in your school, as a college or in the university? What are the progress you have made? You can compare with the Olympic performance of India with your college and school performance by imagining. So how the Indian team sailed from 1900 to now. So like that, you have 10 years of service in the school. How your school team or the college team or the university team progress, that you can recollect. So based on the performance, you can even celebrate a particular day like the National Javelin Day. You can have some of the other, to the sports day, you can have some of the days to enforce the sports and the physical education activity in your institution. Next month. So when you think about our performance in the Olympics, so far we have 35 medals, in which 10 gold, 9 silver, and 16 bronze. Starting from the Paris Olympics, we have silver in men 200 meter, silver in men 200 meter hurdles, then gold in hockey, then Jadhav, bronze in the wrestling, then again hockey gold. Next one. Then the bronze in the singles tennis, then bronze in weightlifting, then silver in the shooting, and gold in shooting, and bronze in boxing, bronze in the wrestling, silver in wrestling, silver in pistol shooting. The 2012, see that progress based on our reforms. So the wrestling bronze, shooting bronze, badminton bronze, and boxing bronze, and the wrestling bronze, again shooting bronze, again badminton silver, and the wrestling 58 kgs, women wrestling bronze by Lisa. Okay. Then in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, we have the biggest performance. So women 49 kg weightlifting silver medal by Mirabai Chanu. Then the boxing bronze by Lovila, and Sindhu badminton bronze, and Ravi Kumar Dahiya silver in wrestling, and the hockey team bronze in men hockey. Then the wrestling bronze by Bunia, and the gold by Neeraj Chopra. So these are some of the biggest performance by Indian contingent in the Olympics arena, apart from the other the world class tournaments. So these are because of some of the performance made by our teams based on some of the reforms. So how we go to perform? So perform with dedication. Perform always with dedication. How you have to practice? So practice like you have never won. Never win a single event. Never conducted a single sports day. Like that, you have to practice for your sports day event. Then how you have to perform like you have never lost. So you have to put your maximum effort, maximum dedication, so that you can perform well like you have never lost. So kindly remember, when you are practicing, you think that like you have never won even a single event. That much hard work you have to put. When you are going to the performance, you think that like you have never lost even a single event. So that professional approach, that professional dedication you must have to have a performance, not only in the winning a sporting competition, by executing a particular event, even it can be a faculty development program, even it can be a PhD public exam, even it can be an internal examination conducted by the physical teacher. So perform based on the practice you have. So dedicate yourself for the practice and for your performance. Next slide. So perform with confidence. Always you must have a confidence. There will be people to irritate you or to damage your attitude, but don't think about them. Perform with confidence. The audience see a joker as a joker, but the joker sees himself as a performer. So no matter what others think about you, it is your life, it is your job, just to go on with confidence. So the confidence play a vital role in performance. So have confidence on you, have confidence on your abilities. What are your drawbacks? You develop that so that you can perform well. Don't think about others, because they will see that you as a joker. But you can only think that you are a performer. You can perform well, provided you must have a confidence, and to strengthen your confidence, you must have a proper hard work for the particular task to be complete. Next. Perform with disconnection. So there will be some of the connection for your performance. At the same time, you have to disconnect something. There may be people, there may be event, there may be something which will hold back, which will stop. Hey, quit now. Don't do it. Don't participate. Don't go for the particular event. It will be higher for your standard. So there will be some people to give a wrong feedback for your performance. So disconnect from them. You focus on your dreams. There can be event, a particular person, whatever it may be. Whatever is holding back to move forward, you cut it, then only you can perform well. So sometimes you need some of the disconnecting people, disconnecting events, disconnecting something for your better performance. Next one. Then comes the transform. So transformation is the process where you can have some of the changes in your composition, your structure, using some of the advantages of the modern technologies, the digital technologies, the safety equipment, everything you can use it to transform your performance, the reforms to all the peoples, all the stakeholders of your institution. So you have to, the purpose of the reforms and perform is to transform to the other people. So what are the transformations? By using the digital technology, you can take the sports into a different area. You can take the physical education to the common man hands by taking the help of the various medium, including the digital sources. Next one. Say for a simple example, the counter used in the cricket. So those days we have counted by using the fingers, counted by using the small balls, pebbles, stones, and everything. Now a sophisticated small equipment called as the counter is there to count the number of balls bowled, white balls, no ball, etc. Balls remaining, everything you can use it by counter. Simple thing which transform their performance into a better without any error. Next one. Sticometer used in the cricket. Like that, every game we are using different technology to transform your performance to the next level. So sticometer is one of the examples for error-free judgment in cricket. Next one. The ball cage. Now introduced in the cricket because even in a T20 and all, the players are having a very powerful strokes which damages the shape of the ball. The shape of the ball is damaged due to the powerful strokes of the players, especially in the IPL matches. So you can have a ready reckoner of ball cage to measure whether the ball is in the specification or not. So that transformation you have to take into the other things. Even now, you can see that the inter-university matches are conducted in various venues and it can be live in YouTube. So everywhere you can see the score. You can use the apps, the quick apps. You can use it for understanding the live scores. So the efforts are there to transform the physical education and sports to the common people's hand. Next one. Next one. Okay, the lightometer. So the lightometer can be used for all the games, especially the cricket live games when they are climbing for the bad light. You can use this device to say that it's correct. We can go on. So without the device saying that, they will think that the organizer is biased or the umpire is biased or something. But when you are going for the technological assistant, there should not be any bias. So the transformation is to have a bias free. So the digital equipments or the devices used can be better for the administration is free from any bias. Next one. So when we are talking about the national educational policy, the national education policy of the government of India has many merits. So that we think that some of the reforms are needed when you are talking about the Tamil Nadu. So the Tamil Nadu government has given a wonderful team to have a reform on the national education policy, which can be fit into the Tamil Nadu education policy, where the Vishwanathan Anand is one of the member, a spokesperson, the versatile spokesperson of India belongs to Tamil Nadu, is a member of the particular committee to have a reforms on the Tamil Nadu educational policy based on the national education policy, which is headed by a retired justice from New Delhi, Dr. Murugesan, then Jawahar Nation, the former Vice Chancellor of Salta University, who is very, very good and well versed in the OB pattern of curriculum, and R. Ramanujan, retired professor from the Institute of Mathematical Science, Sultan Ismail, and R. Srinivasan from the State Planning Commission, Aruna Ratnam, former educationist expert from the UNICEF, Tamil writer S. Ramakrishnan, former world class champion Vishwanathan Anand, music master T.M. Krishna, educationist Tulsidas, Madasamy, Balu, headmaster from the government Panchayat Union Middle Schools, and one more from the foundations, the private foundations also. So the 13-member panel is to have some of the changes in the national education policy and going to make a separate policy for Tamil Nadu education policy, where the sportsman is given an importance, the headmasters are given importance to take the reshape for the national education policy, which is fitting to be Tamil Nadu education policy. So we can expect some of the good changes in the physical education and sports curriculum for the students of Tamil Nadu, especially through the Tamil Nadu educational policy. So wherever it can be, there must be a reformation, performance, and transform to the next level. Next. So, as per the UGC guidelines, physical activity and sports are compulsory for all the students. We are telling this for so many years, but there is some reforms are taking place. Now they have given the in charge or the whole responsibility to the Student Support Service Center. So every university, every college, every school may have a Student Support Service Center. So they are responsible for organizing the physical activity and sports with the help of the Directorate of Sports and Directorate of Physical Education to have the basic fitness, then the sporting facilities. So the UGC has given guidelines for that, and they are insisting on to develop the physical education for all the students of higher education, and the other ministry will give the guidelines for the school education also. Next. So the use of technology and software. So always you use the available technology. The highest you can use the artificial intelligence, the AI technology to develop the sporting performance, to develop the modules for the sporting development. Next. For common man, you can use some of the available software applications in the mobile phone or in the fitness watches. Even you can ask them to go for walking and they can measure their distance. What is the elevation they have gained? What is the time they have spent? What is the pattern they have walked? Whether they are able to walk in a particular ground or particular area or particular city, everywhere. They can measure, they can see the feedback given by the software application. So that reforms you have to take to these students, that is called as the transformation of education or the transformation of the physical education and sporting facility to the common man's understanding. Next. So when you are going for the transformation, the purpose of transformation is to move forward. When you are moving forward, there will be something to be cut. You have to cut the ties to everything that is holding you back. What are some of the major ties which will stop your progress? The negativity. The negativity developed by you or the negativity posed by others on you. You have to cut the first. Then the failures. Previously you may have some of the failures. So from the failures, you take some of the good things and move forward. Progressively forward. Don't think the failure and don't stop your forward movement. Then the regrets, some of the sad events, some of the sorrows, maybe in your mind, maybe in your heart, that you have to cut it. Then don't live in comfort zone. So I am appointed, I am working without any disturbing others, and nobody is disturbing. That is not your work. You want to move forward. You please come out of the comfort zone. So nowadays there is some disease is going to be happen, especially the vitamin D deficiency for those who are living in the indoor, always indoor, no the exposure to sunlight. They are living in apartments, indoor, inside. They are getting into the AC car. They are getting into the AC halls. They are going by AC buses. They are living only in the indoor. So they are comfort in their particular zone. They cannot come out. It will affect their entire health, especially the growth of the bone and the recovery of muscle because of the vitamin D deficiency. So kindly note that you have to come out of your comfort zone, not only by living place, by the nature of work, the nature of executing your work. So you are executing only the routine work, going to the class, taking class, or going to the ground, taking attendance, or coming out, your comfort. No, it is not a transformation, it is not moving forward. You have to come out of the comfort zone and try now something new for the betterment of your students, betterment of your institution, betterment of the country and our community. So these are some of the ties you have to cut to move forward. Next one. Transformation is a continuous process. You cannot stop. I have transformed. I have changed, I have brought this change in this. It's a continuous process because success is not an activity, but it is a process. So if you want to be a success, even it can be an institution which is given a NAC rank, NAC A double plus, A plus, or B plus, or B. If you want to have, if you continue your success, you must be transformed. You have to change. You have to expect change in everything. It's not only the curriculum. The way you serve the food in the dining hall, it's also a transformation. So the success is not an activity, but a long-time continuous process that you have to make it in the physical education and sport, so that you can have a better success in the days to come. Next. You always need appreciation. So as a head of the department, as a director of sports, or as a coordinator of a particular event, as an advisor of a particular department, you need this appreciation. A person who feels appreciated will always more than expected. So whenever you are appreciating others, the transformation takes place. If you want to transform the things, you have to appreciate the people, then only the people will do whatever is expected more than that. If you are expecting a student to do 12 flat, even you can go down. You can try for 11 something by the word of appreciation, the word of training, the training which is given with the word of feedback of appreciation. So everyone needs appreciation. So you can give appreciation wherever it is necessary. It's not adjustment. The basic need for transformation. So whenever transformation, you have to no need to go for a stringent rule. Only one scale to measure your transformation. You can have a flexibility. You can have an adjustment. See the picture. You may think that it's a comedy, but it's not a comedy. Okay, it's an adjustment. So if your target is not possible, adjust it. Don't stick on to the target. No, only all India, only all India. First achieve also, then go for the all India. Better doing the local competition, then go for the next competition. Right? You better improve your flexibility, then you can go for the strength and speed. So adjust your goals, adjust your target. Then only you can have a better transformation, because the adjustment is the basic need for any transformation. If you want to transform your department to a well standard, you need some of the adjustment. Don't stick on to the rules and regulations of the department, rules and regulations of the management. Some adjustment is required wherever it is possible. You have to go for adjustment. Then only you can have the transformation in your department or in your department activities. Next one. Transformation in management and versus leadership. Whenever you are thinking about your institution, you may have the transformation based on your management and leadership. So what is the difference between the management and leadership? The management is doing things right. So always they do the things in the right manner. So what the leader can do? Leadership is doing the right things. So there is a small difference between the things. Okay, the management is doing things in the right manner, whereas the leadership is doing the right things. So whatever things which is required for your department, whatever things you required for your students, staff members, the faculty members of your department, you can do it as a good leader. So you have to do the right things at the right time for the betterment of the better transformation of your department into the next level. Next month. So that when you're talking about the management and leadership, the leadership is the one of the important quality in the transformation. So usually the people think the leadership means telling people what to do. So you go and do this, you come and do this. It is not a leadership. So leadership demands something different manner. What is the leadership? It demands your integrity. It demands your honesty. As a leader, you must be honest. If you are saying something, you have to stick on to that. Today you are saying something and tomorrow you are saying something in a different manner. It's not a leadership quality. You don't have the integrity. So you must have integrity as a leader. Then you must have vision about your department, about your school, about your institution, about your players, about your students, etc. So you must have a clear-cut vision. Then Then only you can have the use of your influences, use of your power for the betterment of your students and your department. Then you have to praise your team. Always you have to appreciate your team fellows, your subordinates. You have to appreciate their efforts. You have to appreciate their achievements. Then self-awareness. You must have a self-awareness as a leader. Yes, I am going correct. This is wrong. This is wrong. I have done yesterday. You have to correct it. So self-awareness you must have. Then listen first and speak next. So as a leader, you have to listen to your subordinates. You have to listen to your faculty members. You have to listen to your student. Then only you can speak. Don't dictate and don't spoil the integrity of your staff or student. So you have to listen to them. Then at last you can say your suggestions or your modification or what is the possible or what is not possible in a polite manner. Then empathy. So one of the good quality for every leader, every teacher, every sports administrator, you need empathy. What is empathy? Empathy is the ability to understand the others from their point of view. So you can understand this is this, but it is not empathy. Empathy means understanding the difficulty of a particular person from their point of view. Suppose your student is coming late to the ground. Why? What is the reason? So you have to think from the student point of view. So there may be a possibility of the problems in the hostel. There may be a delay in serving the food, etc., etc. So the empathy is one of the good quality for the sports administrator, the leader, teacher to understand the things from the student's point of view. Next. So the transformation of anything, sports administration or physical education classes, it should be through a good leader only. So some of the important qualities required or some of the skills required for a good leader is number one, communicate and connect effectively. So you have to give a correct communication and correct connection. Connecting to the points. Don't talk anything irrelevant. So you have to communicate properly and connect effectively. So this is the medium you can talk. Suppose this is an important matter, you can call and tell. It's not that much important. You can call by phone and you can tell, or you can send by WhatsApp message and you can. So communicate and connect effectively as a leader. Then inspire confidence. So as a leader, you have to inspire confidence on the subordinates, on the students. So what is the method you can use? What is the suitable platform which will inspire the connectivity or the confidence that you have to use it appropriately so that you can inspire them and you can develop their confidence level. Then as a leader, demonstrate high emotional intelligence. Don't be a short-tempered, don't show angry. So you have to show your emotional balance to your subordinate. So it can be a lesson for them to in turn give to the students or their subordinates. So you have to demonstrate, you have to show, you have to exhibit your high emotional intelligence. Then build trust, integrity, honesty. Your peoples, your students, your stakeholders must feel that you are a trustworthy person. Then promote healthy failures. What is healthy failures? The failure which will make him to attempt further to progress. That is called the healthy failures. So you have to promote the healthy failures. You must give enough chances for the student to try something to achieve something. So you have to promote healthy failures, then expand common ground. So some of the common platform you must create. No. I will only talk to the higher authorities. You should not. It is not. You can have one day for all the staff to meet your higher authorities. A common platform, a common ground you have to create to give their feedback, to get their the administrators feedback. So common ground must be there to take their views. You can have a common platform to discuss the development of your university or the college. You can have a staff council in the department to develop or talk about the future events or future activities. Make difficult conversation easy. So something you feel that it is a very big event, how we can express to these students or parents or the staff. So make it too easy as much as possible to have a better explanation. Then manage attention. Focus attention. When someone is talking, you focus on them. Listen to them. Don't say, sit in the phone or don't sit in the laptop and tell me like that. Don't begin that. You have to give attention to your subordinates. Then empower employees. So whatever possible way, you have to give the chance for your employer to improve, to empower themselves. If you are giving a chance to attend a refresher course, you are giving a chance to attend orientation programs, you are giving chance to workshop. Don't think that, don't say that no, don't go, don't upgrade. You do the routine work of the school or college. Give them chance to empower. Say, for example, if your staff is in a veteran, you want to participate in the veteran athletics, veteran tennis, even allow them to participate, empower them. Give chance to attend a workshop. If you want to learn the SPSS, the statistical package, you want to go for 1 week orientation program or the faculty development program, allow them to empower. It will return, it will be helpful for your institution only. So as a leader, you have to give charge, enough chance to your employees to empower themselves. Then deliver constructive feedback. So the feedback can be given in two forms, negative and positive forms. So the uniform, it should be constructive. It should be maximum positive way. So deliver the feedback we receive from the students, parents, or other stakeholders to the faculty members in a constructive manner so that you can have a good transformation. So these are some of the good qualities required for a leader to have good transformation, because good transformation is possible only through good leader. Next. So leader is responsible. Always take the responsibility. Don't say as a leader, don't blame on others. I didn't do it. It is his fault or her fault. It was not done by you. No. As a leader, you have to take the responsibility because you are having the freedom to get extract work from others. So leadership means responsibility. 1 second. Next one. So transformation needs the nerves of steel. So transform with cool, relax, and do it, because you remember, choice made in anger cannot be undone. You cannot redo the choices made in anger. If you have done something out of your anger, you cannot redo it. See the picture? You can understand the effect of how the transformation can be done with the nerves of steel, the coolness. Because angry is only very unwanted event when you are going for an administrator or a leader or any professional, because the anger is only one letter short of danger. So you cannot redo these things. Next one. So whenever we are going for the transformation, it should be sensible. So sensible, what do you mean by sensible? You have to train your mind to be stronger than your emotions. Sometimes they will call us emotional foods, emotionally weak. So you have to train your mind to emotionally stronger, because you will lose everything every time. If you are emotionally weak, you will lose everything at every time. Follow your heart. At the same time, listen to your brain. Follow your heart, it means that you are very emotional. At the same time, you have to listen to your brain also, because it will say it is correct as per the rules and regulations of the management. You should not, if you are doing some power out of the rules, means it is a trouble for you, for the management, and for the particular faculty or the particular student also. So always the transformation must be sensible. For that only, you have to train your mind so that your mind can be stronger than your emotions to avoid the lose or any loss at your mental. So kindly remember, you have to listen to your heart and listen to your mind. Next. So transformation needs changes because changes is permanent in this world. Whether anything is permanent in the world, you cannot answer. But change is permanent in the world. Every time there will be a change. Even in coronavirus, if you take, it is changing in the different variations. So change is permanent. What is the importance of changes? What is the happiness of change? See that, of course, I changed. I realized I deserve so much better. So when you are making changes, you can feel that you will feel better the days to come, better in your performance, better in your teaching, better in your administration. Don't stick out. This is what my boss taught me. I will do the same thing. If a person is coming for OD, don't ask them to wait for an half a day to get a 1 hour OD. Right. So you understand that the past days are gone. Now what is the requirement? So change, have a change in your attitude, your attitude, everything that will deserve a better experience in the days to come. Next one. So when we are talking about the transformation stages, there are different stages of there. The first stage is to have developed a vision about your personal approaches, the vision about the institution. So based on your vision, you get into the goals. So these are the goal of the particular academic year, the particular semester, the particular 5 years plan. So plan your goal. Then based on your goal, you develop the working strategy. What are the methods we are going to have? So then the strategies can be taken into a practical action of a particular year. Then only you can get this success. So you cannot get the transformation right royal in a single day. So it's a long-term process. Starts with the vision, it converted into goal, then it converted into strategy, then it is taken into the field as an action. Then only you can taste the success by the means of transformation. Next. Next. So whenever you are in an institution, who runs the institution? If you ask anybody, they will say that my chancellor is running the institution, my vice chancellor is running the institution, my registrar is running the institution, my headmaster is running the institution, my headmistress is running this. It is not so. Any institution or any department, even it can be the Department of Physical Education or Director of Sports, whether it is managed by the personals, the person working in the department, or the system and procedure working in the department, which is better? Man-made management is better, or the rules-based management is better? That's always a big question. There are negatives and positives are there in both the forms. When you are taking the man-made management, they will say the person, I will say the rules. So it will be considered as a negative. So system-based management. So the rules and regulations, very harsh rules and regulations can be adjusted to the particular situation. So both the forms has both negative and the positives. So whenever it is there must be a good people to handle it. So the base behind the system-based management is how the good people are taking the system into the practice. Say, for example, you have a purchase of equipment in your department. What is the system you are going to use? Either you are going to get the quotations or you are going to call for the tender. So the personal-based management is here is out. Now system-based management, only rules-based purchase. So we are going for a tender. Okay. So the tender is managed by good people. Suppose if it is in the hands of wrong people, they will manage it in the wrong manner. So both system, we need good people to manage the things. So always transformation is not only for the management of things through rules, but making the personals, the working people, the administrators, the faculty members must be transformed to the to show their integrity in all the aspects. It's not not only handling the academic classes, not only having the administration, in all respects. Even purchase, even small pen, you need your honesty to show to the management. Next one. So the correct system, the proper system will give a transformation. Otherwise, a bad system can destroy good people. So the system, the rules and regulations of the particular department or the particular university, particular college must be handled properly by the good peoples who expect the good things to be done for the institution, good things to be done for the all the stakeholders, including the students. So, because the bad system can destroy good people. The system should be governed properly. That is the need for or the benefit of this reformation, transformation, and performance. Next one. Next one. So, trust, one of the other quality required for transformation. Don't trust everything you see. Test them, assess them, adjust, evaluate, then come to a conclusion. Don't trust at your first sight, or don't judge anything at your first sight, because don't trust everything you see. Even salt looks like sugar. So see the picture, you can see that both salt and sugar is like this one. So you must have a time to test, analysis, and evaluate the things to be done or not to be done for the betterment of your department. Next. So the transformation needs transparency. Confidentiality is different from transparency. So you must have a proper rules and regulation to transform your department programs, department activities by showing you transparency. Say, for example, sports quota admission in a particular institution. What's the maximum transparency you can have? So, what are the people's admitted through transparent sports quota? What are their achievements, yearly achievements? What is their score in the particular selection test, sports quota test conducted? Most of the institutions are telling that they are calling the peoples, they are attending, and they are giving result 10 days later, they are different results. What's the transparency as a stakeholder, as a player, as a participant, what I am having? So what are the marks I have been given? Suppose I am going for DPS selection, the norms for 100 meters test should be given in the notice board. Norms for the short put test given must be given in the notice board. So I can say that, so I have exactly this time. So my score is this. If you are giving a written test, objective test, MCQ test, you have to release the answers within a day or within an hour so that they can check what is their score. So there must be a transparency. So nowadays we are missing. I am sorry to say that the transparency in admission or the transparency in the sports quota selection or the transparency in the team selection is missed. So to have the better transformation in the future to come, the transparency is one of the important qualities for any transformation to take place in any field, not only in sports field. Any field, we require transparency. So nowadays, you can see that most of the things are digitalized to have to strengthen the transparency. If you want to get a passport, it's transparent now. You can apply, you can try, you can see that how many days you have to wait, what is the process, what is it. Even some of the universities has introduced for previous to our system. The candidate can see what is this stage after submission. Yes, it is gone to one examiner. One examiner has given acceptance, and the another examiner has also given acceptance. So one report received, second report received, third report received. You can go for the IOS exam. So it's the transparency. So as a administrator, you have to cultivate the culture of transparency in your workplace. Dear participants, the participants may be an administrator or a subordinate. Try to have at your level transparency. If you are evaluating a paper for 100 marks, how you have given 100 marks? You can call the student and show that this is the way I have marked. Call the other student, you can compare if you want, you can see the other paper. Transparency. How you are coming to the internal mark of 70 or 75, how you are putting the 25 out of 25 or 20 out of 20. With that transparency. that practice will have a different impact on future events also. So cultivate the habit of transparency in all your aspects. Even if you are handling a petty case of 500 rupees per week or 500 rupees per month, must be a transparent account for the leader to given to the management, and even to the even then if not nothing wrong, the staff can understand what is the account settled for petty cash transparency. The small things, reform can be made only in the small thing when you can expect the big changes in the big events. Next one. So ultimately, the dynamics of reform, perform, and transformation in physical education will lead to self-governance to good governance. So the exploiting or executing power is not a governance. So it should be a good governance. How we can have a good governance? By having a reform, perform, and transform in physical education. Next slide. So whenever we are talking about the self-governance, next month, we have to talk about the centralization and decentralization. What is centralization and decentralization? Both are good methods. Wherever necessary, you can follow centralization. Otherwise, it is always better to go for decentralized method of governance, which will give a good governance, which is the aim behind the reformation, performance, and transformation. So how we can execute the centralized organization? It's always a locked, it is a closed organization method. When we are going for a decision making, always it depends on the head office. You ask head office, I want 1 day leave, sir. You ask head office. I want 1 hour permission, sir. You go and ask the head office. So the decision is centralized. I want to conduct one sports day at our campus, sir. You ask the head of the institution. I want to conduct a small webinar, 1 hour talk. I want to go for a resource person 1 hour talk in organized by SRMIST. Go and ask the higher authorities. It is called the centralized administration. Whereas the decentralized organization have two methods. One is the vertical decentralization, another one is horizontal decentralization. So the vertical method, here the people can decide on the manager decision, supervisor decision, or employees. So the three verticals are available. Some of the things you can get it from the manager, some of the things you can get it from the nearby supervisor, some of the things you can get it from the employee. So vertical decentralization. Whereas the horizontal decentralization, it is the power given to the departments, different departments to get their decision. Department 1, they can take their own decision. Department 2, they can take their own decision. And Department 3 also, they can take their own decision. So the decentralized process is nowadays required. Don't always go into particular loss channel. There will be traffic, high traffic. So decentralize everything. So leave application, it should not go to the vice chancellor or registrar itself. It can be handled by the HOD of the department itself, or the particular director of this particular department also. If it is any unusual thing, it can be taken to the registrar or assistant registrar, controller, etc. So the decision making can be decentralized, either it can be vertical or horizontal. So whenever it is possible, the centralized decision making can be used only for the policy decisions. They were very, very important decisions. Other things can be decentralized for the good governance. So whenever you are going for planning of your department, you plan the decision making also one of the important part of your planning. So what are the things you have to get the permission from the department heads? What are the things you have to get the permission from the others? So that you have to decide as a part of the good governance, which is the one of the important need based on the reformation of your department. Next one. So need of reform, perform, and transform. So what is the need? Why we have to go for, why we have to talk about the reform and perform and transform? Next one. Next. So we are in the 21st century. Our students, our faculties, even the administrators are going to be have a competition between the man and machine. The unskilled versus skilled. Unskilled versus skilled. The competition for the 21st century will be, and the man versus machine and unskilled versus skilled. So as a leaders, as a physical educationist, as a sports administrator, we have to make our faculties and we have to make our students skillful in critical thinking, problem solving, analytical reasoning, cognitive skill, self-directed learning. Not only making them fit, or not only making them a machine of getting medals. It is not a work of a physical education or sports administrators. So now we have to make them to face the challenges of 21st century so that they can be skillful in critical analysis, problem solving, cognitive skill, self-directed learning. So now the last one is they have to learn self. They should be independent in learning. So that can be possible in the reforms in the department, the performance-oriented goals in the department, and the transformation, how we are taking to the next stage will be make it possible to have the 21st century goals to be met by our students and our faculties. Next one. So what are the benefits of our reforms? Next. The first benefit or the benefit by your reforms and the transformation can be given in the following slides. Next one. Previous slide. Okay. So the benefits of the reform, perform, and transformation are it will make the leaders of physical education, the professionals of physical education, the professional sports administrator to follow the institutional policy and rules. So every institution is having its own policies and the rules. Say for example, the universities will have acts and statutes, the code of conduct for teachers, the code of conduct for administrators, the code of conduct for students. So they will understand and they will be having the ability or to aspire to have the institution rules and regulations to be followed in all the aspects of the institution events. So the reformation must focus on the faculty to follow the institution policies and rules. Next. The appearance and words and deeds. So you can make them to teach them or to inculcate a habit of good appearance to the occasion, because appearance always matter. Whether you are going to the match, whether you are going to conference, whether you are going for a memorandum of understanding signing with the higher authorities, the dress code is matters. So the appearance. Then the words. What are the words you are saying? Keep to words, it defines you. So whatever you are speaking, it will define your character. So keep to your words, because your words will define your entire character, and deeds your work. So what are the work you are defining? That can be an example for others to follow. Say for example, the Jacqueline helps a disabled athlete by
sacrificing the chance of getting first place. So that work will decide your character. So the reformation or the transformation or performance must focus on inculcating the developing the appearance, words, and the deeds of your stakeholders of your. Next. Become an asset to the team or institution. The institution must feel that you are an asset for the institution, because nowadays all the institutions are depending on human capital. The human capital is in 3 areas: the skills, roles, and people. So the human capital in which you must feel that you are an asset for the institution. The physical education teacher must be felt as an asset for the particular institution. Recently, one of my students passed away, alumni, Mr. Pachepan from Pratyusha Engineering College. The management felt that he's really an asset for the institution. He has given a wonderful physical education and sports for all the students of the Pratyusha institution. They have to feel, and they are taking care of the family of Mr. Pachepan after his death. So the feel it will make that the professional, the faculty member should be an asset for the particular institution. Next one. Next part. Treat others with courtesy and respect. Whether they are your authorities or your subordinate. If it is wrong, nothing wrong in say sorry. I raised my voice. I should not. And whenever necessary, you say thank you, please, and everything, because it is a real reformation. It is a real transformation. It is a real performance. Don't that I am supreme. I should not say sorry or nothing. Okay. So you are the authority, but it must have a human being. You must have some of the courtesy and respect to be executed to others also. Next one. Avoid office politics and gossip. So the real transformation will avoid the politics in the office and gossips. So the worst thing in the office is office politics. The bullying others, or passing the rumors, or taking revenge, everything can be stopped if it is the office politics and gossip is stopped. So the real reformation is in the hands of the all the entire team working in the particular workplace to stop or get away from the office politics and gossips. Next one. Understand and follow institution culture. So every institution has its own culture. Don't get away from that culture. Involve yourself to the culture and make it possible. For example, I have given a picture of Maruti College of Physical Education, one of the good physical education college in Tamil Nadu. It is known for its Play Day Festival. The Play Day Festival, usually we study in the physical education curriculum. Play Day will be organized by inviting all the schools. So we are studying only. But since its inception, the college is conducting the Play Day program till today. Every year they are bringing the students, except these 2 years of Corona. Every year they bring students from the Coimbatore district to the particular Maruti College of Physical Education, and they are organizing Play Day function in a grand manner. So Play Day is one of the good experience for all the students, especially those who are studying the BPEd program. Right. So the physical education teacher must understand the culture of the particular institution. The culture of the institution should be respected, and you have to follow the culture of the particular institution instead of spoiling the culture of the institution. Next one. Be a responsible employee. So as an employee, you must be responsible, because your care, your commitment, your actions, and your result will reflect on the institution. So you must be a responsible employee. The real reformation is making you to be a responsible employee of the particular institution. Next one. Demonstrate professional attitude. Whatever reformation we are taking, whatever transformation we are taking, ultimately it will make you to show the professional attitude. What are the professional attitude required? Say, for example, take your work seriously. So what are the work given? Whether you are an internal supervisor or external supervisor, or a selection committee member, or an assist in charge of ground marking, in charge of ground equipment check, anything. Take your work seriously. Stay fit to execute the work. You must be fit enough to execute the work. You are a professor. You must be fit enough to take the class. You are a coach. You must be fit enough to coach a student. You are a yoga demonstrator. You must be fit enough to demonstrate the yoga classes. Right. So be reliable. So the administrators or the management or the parents or the students must be get reliable things from you. So be reliable to the participants of your program. Embrace feedback. So what are the feedback given by the your participants, your students, or the higher authority? You follow that. From that, you have to correct your behavior and get the good things to be done in the future events. So commitment to the personal development also. So if you want to learn more, you want to add some other degrees. I'm an MP and PhD. I can study MSc Yoga. I can study MSc Sports Psychology. So you have to develop personal development also. So all the participants, you are coming to this faculty development program because of you are interested in committing yourself to the personal development. So personal development also one of the professional attitude. Then communicate professionally. That is called as etiquette. Especially when you are talking through media, when you are talking through social media, when you are talking through WhatsApp, when you are making a message through WhatsApp, you must be very careful and you have to communicate professionally. Unwanted, unparliamentary terms you should not use as a teacher, as a professional. So the professional attitude includes the communication properly, professionally. Next one. Ready to suffer, ready to do hard work, then only you can get the success. The words of Muhammad Ali, I quote, suffer now and live the rest of your life as a champion. I repeat, suffer now and live the rest of your life as a champion. So it's a time to suffer, put your hard work. Then only the rest of your life can be called as a champion of the particular field, the champion of the particular administration. So success is sweet, but the secret is sweat. Kindly remember, success is sweet, but its secret is sweat. The secret of success is hard work. Nothing can be replaced with the hard work to get the success. If you are getting a success without any hard work, means it will not be your own for a long time. Next. Respect talent. See the photograph. It is only possible in the sports. Nothing. But no, you cannot see this scene in any other field except the sports. The winner is going down. Justin Gatlin is going down the Usain Bolt because of his talent. Though he is winning the particular race, but he is going down to the talents of Usain Bolt. So that respect you have to show to all the professional seniors, the professional talented peoples. Right. So the respect, the talents is one of the quality required for the professional people to develop. So if you're not having that habit, you transform, reform nowadays, now itself, so that you can respect the talents of others. Next. The ability to make history. So the transformation is to make history. How you can make history? Whether you have the talents to make history, check. You can check your ability to make history or not. Whenever you are hunger for success, it will not let you sleep. So your sleep will be disturbed by organizing the FDP program, to organize an all India international tournament. So it will not let you sleep. So that is one of the indicator of you are in the making of history. When nothing pleases you more than hard work. Nothing will please you more than your hard work, not others' hard work. Nothing pleases you more than your hard work. When you don't feel tired despite of your training for hours, your work for hours together, but you will not feel tired. These are the indicators of you are having an ability to make history. As per the words of the Neeraj Chopra, the javelin champion, which is given in the Hindi and it's translated now. Next. Leadership. Some of the people think that it's a position. Leadership is a position. Leadership is not a position. Kindly understand, it is an action. What you are doing is the leadership. What you are executing is the leadership. Leadership is action, not the position. Earn your leadership every day. So you are not a born leader. You have to earn leadership qualities every day from every person. By observing, by noting, by changing your attitude, you can have a good leadership skill. Next. Knowledge of sports science and technology. As a physical education professional, as a sports administrator, as a coach, you must have a knowledge of sports science. So nowadays, the sports science is developed in a grand manner. We have a sports biomechanics laboratories, we have exercise physiology laboratory, we have sports psychology laboratories, we have sports technology laboratories. So you have to get involved yourself and update your knowledge to have a better better asset for your institution. So the knowledge of sports science is essential for all the physical educationist, coaches, and administrators. So the research attitude and aptitude. So wherever you are working, you are working as a coach or school teacher or a college teacher or head of the department, the research is the base for your performance, your transformation. Because the play is the highest form of research. So by playing, by doing research on the play, you can have better results of making the healthy environment for the future to come. You can discover more about a person in an hour of play than in an hour of conversation, in a year of conversation. Okay, so play is a medium where there are so many possibilities of conducting many researches. At your school level, you can conduct. So what are the students coming at the July? What is their physical fitness ability? What is at the end of the first semester or end of the off-field examination or end of the annual examination? You can do your research. You can get some inferences. You can give it to your school authorities or even to the government to infer. So research is everyone's need to give a better performance and better transformation. Next. Then competitive and fighting spirit. So when you are focusing on transformation goals, the transformation goals must make your students a very competitive and fighting spirit. The words of Hope Solar, a wonderful USA football goalkeeper, I will fight for it. I will not give up. I will reach my goal and absolutely nothing will stop me. I repeat, I will fight for it. I will not give up. I will reach my goal. Absolutely nothing will stop me. See how confident, how she's very competitive, very fighting spirit. She's saying that nothing will stop me because he's having such a wonderful hard work, habit of having hard work. So that hard work can give the term absolutely nothing will stop me. So such a complex that is based on hard work. Next. Friendship. So your reformation in the department must make the friendship stronger. Should not develop enmity. The reformation you are developing in your institutions or rules and regulation must develop the friendship. So one of the finest example in this field of sports, which can be considered as an example for all the other fields. Okay, the event happened on the 1st of August 2021 on the day of International Friendship Day. On the day of International Friendship Day, it has happened between the Qatar, Muddas Imam Brazim and Dambri of Italy. Both of them went for the gold medal tie in the high jump. They have shared their gold. The Mutta Isa Brazim of Qatar has asked for, is it possible to have 2 golds for the performance of 2.37 meter, which is an example for outstanding friendship skill in the world arena, shown by these 2 outstanding sports persons, which accidentally happened on the 1st of August 2021, the International Day of Friendship. So such a wonderful things can be possible only because of the you are ready to transform. You are ready to show your good qualities to the other, good qualities to the world. So one of the biggest Olympic event, which is considered as one of the biggest moment of the Olympic event by the International Olympic Authority, and it is mentioned in their website that it is the biggest sporting moment in this world till from the inception of Olympics as per the terms of the International Olympics. So that quality you have to develop by having a wonderful transformation in your department. Next. Fitness and health. So respect your body, touch your feet daily. If you are able to touch your feet daily, that is said to be you are fit and healthy. So manage your time, make your time for fitness of your personal health, and fit to be a physical education professional and sports administrator. Next. Persistence. Persistence is nothing but it's an act or fact stubbornly continuing to do something. Something you have taken as your goal, your vision. You have to stick on to that. Never give up. If you quit once, it becomes a habit of never. Suppose, okay, sir, next time, class, sir. If you say that, it will become a habit. So if you are finalized in your staff meeting, this is the event, this is your vision, your goal, you stick on to the goal and continue, take maximum effort to give the good result for the your student or for the betterment of your institutions. Next one. Self-confidence. So whatever transformation you are taking in your department must develop these self-confidence. See that there is self-confidence of Usain Bolt. I know what to do and I go and execute. So only because of this hard work, which develops his self-confidence, it can say that I know what to do and I go and execute. So without hard work, without belief on his worth, he cannot say such a word. So I know what to do and I go and execute. If you want to say this word, you must be in a position to develop all your abilities, develop all your abilities through your hard work, not by the influence of others. By your hard work, if you are able to develop, you can say confidently, you can say that I know what to do. I will go and do it. I will go and execute it. Next month. Self-efficacy. The another quality to be developed is the belief on yourself that you are capable of achieving the goal. So you must have that efficacy, that you must believe that you have the skill, you have the capacity to achieve the particular goal set by your department or your management or your HOD or your subordinate. So you must believe that you are able of, you are capable of, or you are skillful to achieve the particular goal. Next. Self-esteem, the other quality, is how we feel about ourselves. So I love myself. I love physical education. I love sports. Right. So it starts with suppose you feel that I won't do it. I cannot do it. I want to do it. How do I do it? I will try to do it. I can do it. I will do it. Yes, I did it. So it starts step by step, negative to positive. So you can convert your negativity to positive only if you have good self-esteem. Next one. So the self-esteem will make you to believe in yourself. I cannot can become I can do it. Know your worth. So if you are having a good self-esteem, it will say that these are the good qualities you have. These are the bad qualities you have to remove. These are the bad qualities you have to decrease. So that if by understanding yourself, it will make you to understand your worthiness. Next. Low esteem, low self-esteem. What is the bad effect of low esteem? It will not only affect the individual, it entirely affects the institution. Suppose a leader is having a low self-esteem, he will spoil the entire team. He will spoil the entire administration of a particular department. So you should be away from the low esteem, because the low self-esteem people will say, I cannot do it. I am not worthy. I must be perfect. I must not make a mistake. I am not good enough. Nobody loves me. Like that they will think, and they will spoil the entire department, the entire institution, entire goal of the system. So your reformation and your transformation must make the low self-esteem people to come into the normal esteem level, because the low esteem will leads to the feeling of incompetence, worthlessness, and also lack of confidence in the person. So what are the program you are designing should develop the self-esteem of your students. Next one. Mind your body. It is our focus, but you have to mind your mind also, because you become what you are feed to your mind. Whatever things you are feeding by seeing the television serials, by seeing all the lady villains in the nowadays serial, the dramas, your input is become very, very negative things. Negativity is things, and all the bad news you are gathering. So your face will miss the smile. So whenever you care about your mind, you will take only the positive things, the discipline things, the good dreams you will take, so that you can stay positive always, and the positiveness can be spread to the others. Enjoy the charmness. Say that one of my friend, when he reached 50, he has put a earring. I said, sir, what is wrong in that? Whenever we are getting the age of 1, we are using the ear pouring and putting the kamal and other things. Now I reached 50 years and I poured and I get a diamond earring. So nothing wrong. Be positive and spread the positivity to the others is one of the important quality in transforming your department. Next one. Sense of justice. One of the important things we need whenever we are considering transformation of rules and regulations. So the transformation of rules and regulation must guarantee the sense of justice. For that, I can narrate an incident where the Muhammad Ali is involved. He was the winner of gold in the Rome Olympics in the year 1960. There was a big welcome party in the hometown, and he was enjoyed the party. After some time, he went to a hotel. He was refused to give the food because his color. So out of angry, he has thrown his gold medal in the Ohio River. It happened in the 1960. But when they are planning the transformation in the 1996, the IOC has called him and given back the medal, which was taken place during the 1996 Atlanta Olympics during the basketball game. He was given a gold medal again to show the sense of justice, the differentiality, the distinction shown by because of his color is get away by the attitude of the International Olympic Committee by greeting him with the gold medal again during the 1996 Atlanta Olympics. And also, he was given chance to lead the Olympic flame during the 1996 Atlanta Olympics. So that way you have to transform. You have to reform the faults you have conducted, the faults you have committed can be rectified by the transformation of your rules and regulations and your department plans and the events. Next one. The same way, the 2021 during the Olympics, our women hockey team played well. They have put their maximum effort in all the events. Even Prime Minister Narendra Modi called them, and over phone they were encouraged. Even after losing the match, also the Prime Minister called and given good words about their performance. But some of the people in a particular place, they have, because of the caste, they have thrown stone to the particular player's house, and they have given some wrong words about the particular player by showing their caste name also. So when you are executing the sense of justice, there were 6 persons arrested. It's sorry to note that out of the 6, 3 were former men hockey players. I'm very sorry to note the 6 persons were arrested under the SC/ST Act of the Government of India, where 3 were men hockey players. So such should be away from our sporting arena, and everywhere the discrimination due to the caste and creed should be avoided. So that is the real transformation. That is the real transformation we want to show to the others, so that the other department, other fields can take sports as an example for their future development. Next month. Teamwork. So your transformation should develop the teamwork. It should not develop the individuality. So the teamwork always wins, because teamwork can help you to achieve what you could not do by yourself. So as a department, you are organizing. As a department, you are going. As a department, you are greeting. Right. So the duty of the leader to get the help of all the teams, all the members of the team, your department. You have to organize the events for all the team growth. So teamwork is one of the things required for all the institutions, especially when you are going for the NAC work and all, National Assessment Accreditation Council. If you are not showing teamwork, you cannot get good mark. Every aspect, the contribution of the individual, the score by research, by score by getting medals, by score by organizing a particular event, by participating in the academic council, by participating in the board of studies. So every teamwork will fetch a good result in the NAC assessment. Same way, all the assessment requires the teamwork. If you are organizing an event, a particular event in a school, there will be only one physical teacher is there. How you can organize an annual sports? By getting the help from other subject teacher. For that, you have to get their help, you have to win their heart. How you can win their heart? By showing your trust, by showing your integrity, by showing your talent, by showing your helping hand, only you can get the team. Next month. So based on that only, the International Olympic Committee has reframed the motto. What is the new motto? The new motto is faster, higher, stronger, and together. So the importance of teamwork, togetherness, is added now as a motto of Olympic, the 4th motto of Olympic Communius in the Latin. That means togetherness. So whenever you are planning for a reformation in your department, the transformation in your department, a program in your department, the program must strengthen the togetherness of your department. It should not separate the department. It should not be divided and ruled. So the togetherness is the added motto of the Olympic, based on the need and the weightage of the teamwork. So always plan for togetherness in your the activities of your department. Next. The relationship, the maintained relationship. So when you are going for a teamwork, when you are going for togetherness, it will develop the relationship. See that ego is just a small 3-letter word which can destroy a big 12-letter word called as relationship. So get away from your ego. Throw away your ego that I am the director, I am the HOD, I am the registrar, I am the research. No. Basically, you are here as a human being to serve for the people. You are here to do good things for the people. Always try that. The rules are there to do good things for the people, not the bad things, or not to violate them. So the relationship can be maintained only whenever you get away from the 3-letter word ego. Next. Appreciate. Have a quality of appreciation. See the photograph. How wonderfully it's taken. So the photographer must be given an appreciation. Like that, even a small change in the department, not based on Vastu. Vastu changes similar. Okay. The small changes in the department, the small added quality, a small added equipment in the particular organization can be appreciated. When I was a teacher of BPS, 3rd year class teacher, I organized a project sports meet. First time I included the alarm system for the starter to start the event. The others to take rest or others not to cross the track or other, there is no announcement. That small alarming system I introduced in the BPS third year meet, which was appreciated by the international athlete who practiced in the next ground. Mr. Dr. Anand Natarajan was an international athlete who practiced, used to practice in the other ground. He came here, came to me and appreciated the first time I'm seeing this alarm system in YMCA grounds. So such an appreciation needs for further development. So if you are appreciating the right time with the right words, you can expect more performance from your subordinate or from your students. Next one. Think and act. Most of the problem in life are because of two reasons. One, we act without thinking, or we keep thinking without acting. So always we are thinking that we are correct and we are doing the right things. But it is not so. It is not so because we act without thinking, or we keep thinking without acting. So there must be a balance between your thinking and acting. Next one. Work is worship. So whatever work you are given, you are paid for that, you are involved in that, you have a choice for that, you have involved yourself, you are studied for that, you worship that work. So that quality is a real quality required for all the departments in the field of physical education and sports. You have to worship your work so that you can develop a good attitude in your department. Next one. Novelty and creativity. So have your knowledge, your experience must be in a novelty and creativity. So wherever possible, whatever even possible, whatever things possible, even it can be a foot mat, a door mat in front of your door, can show your creativity. That will give a good atmosphere for the people to enter your room. The way you have given your background at in your office will give a good look or good atmosphere for the others to receive you. So the novelty and creativity are one of the transformation required for good physical education. Next one. Ability to manage and finance. So you must have ability to manage time and finance. So nowadays there are so many problems in handling the financial resources of the department of the sporting activity. You have to be correct in following the financial rules of the institution. If your institution is asking only GST based bills should be submitted, yes, you have to give the GST based bills. There is no petrol allowance allowed for any coaches. Yes, you should not allow any petrol allowance. If there is a change in the DA rules, there is no honorarium due to the corona financial crisis. There is no honorarium. There is no sitting fees. You have to follow. So you must be in a position to manage time and finance, because the financial crisis, the mishandling of the finance will fetch you a different name, bad name. Be correct, be transparent in managing the finance given to given by the management for the purpose. You have to spend the money only for the particular purpose. If it is given for the uniform of the student, you have to spend the particular for uniform only. If it is given for maintenance of play field, you have to use the money only for the play field maintenance. So it is one of the good quality required. So when you are going for transformation, you have to transform the finance regulation also. Say for example, those days when we played for our college team, they will give the college banian and they will get it returned. You have to wash and give it back. That same banian can be given to the next team, next year team or the other team also. But nowadays it is not in practice. Those who don't know that rules may insist you get the back banian, all the t-shirts back. No, it's not practice. So when you are reforming the rules and regulations, you have to say the banian t-shirts can be given to the players only once. The other t-shirts for other teams. So like that, you have to transform the rules and regulations of it. So what is the facilities you can give maximum? Flight charges, like SRMIST, they are giving flight charges for the teams to participate in the All India matches. So the financial regulations have changed. According to that, you have to manage the finance. Next one. The ability to stay calm. So there will be a crisis, there will be obstacles, there will be a fight in every aspect, but you must be in a ability to stay calm. The Ravi Kumar Dahiya is called as the calm storm of Indian wrestling. Calm storm of Indian wrestling. See that photograph, the center photograph, when there was a fight between the other players, the opponent is Biden Ravi Kumar Dahiya. Even the bite, he was not disturbed and he won the silver medal for India. Right. So he is called as the calm storm of Indian wrestling because he is able to come out of the struggle given by the opponent. Next one. Sympathetic. You must be sympathetic. What is sympathetic? You must be in a position to understand the reaction of others. So what will happen? Suppose if I say the word, what the people will think, what the faculty member will think. So whether you can use that word or you should not. So that you have to think and you have to get out of that. That is called the sympathetic. Next one. Empathetic. Empathetic is the ability to understand others from their point of view. See the picture? 6 and 9. Both are right. If you are arguing, both are right, and until last you will say you are 6, you are 9. But if you are having empathetic, both will say you are right because you are understanding the others from their point of view. You are putting your mind into them and you are understanding. So the empathetic is one of the quality you have to inculcate with your faculty members, your students, and other fellows, other participants of your departmental activities. Next one. People's first. The students must, or the stakeholders must feel that if they go to that particular department, they will help you. If a student from a computer science department comes to the director of meeting a director of sports, he or she must feel that the director of sports will help me. So people's person. So you get the name of people's person is not easy. It needs a lot of development, lot of tolerance. It needs the quality of a leader to understand others' requirement, others' need. Within their rules and regulation, you have to help them. Then only you can could be called as the people's person. Okay. Next one. Innovative. Whatever possible way, you would be innovative. Say for example, the zinc belts and LED stems were invented by Zinc International Company, Bront Eggerman, who from USA, where the cricket is less played. So one of the good quality required for the physical education professional sports administration is innovation. See that the people from wheelchair cannot enjoy the experience of swing. For that, the people have made wheelchair swings. That is innovation to satisfy the needs of all the people. Next. Professional competence. Some of the professional competence you need, specific to your job, specific to the particular thing. Suppose you are a sports administrator, you don't know the financial rules and regulations. You go to attend a particular orientation program or a particular workshop or a particular training program to understand the financial regulations. So how to submit bills? What are the hierarchy to be followed by submitting the bill? What are the method to be writing method? So the professional competency you have to develop based on the goals, vision of the department, based on your experience, based on your competencies, you can develop and you can fit into the particular professional competence. Next one. Update to the technology. All the technologies, latest technologies must be thorough enough, or else you must be exposed to the particular technology. Now we are in the 4.0 industry revolution, where the IoT, the big data, cloud computing, the 3D printing, the robotics, and augmented and virtual realities are involved. The virtual reality and augmented realities are used now for high level sports performance increase. To increase the high level sporting competitions, especially international competition, you have to make yourself involved in the augmented and virtual reality by using the different technological gadgets available. Next month. Systematic. You must be systematic in all your approaches. So Surya Namaskar, there is a system is there. So like that, you have to systematic in your approach in all the departmental activities. Next. Goal oriented. Don't just set the goals. You have to hunt them. Setting goal is different. Hunting goal is different. So you are setting goal based on your vision. Then you have to hunt for them. You have to fight for them. You have to put your maximum effort to hunt the goals. Next. Honesty. Unbiased. Next. So honesty is a commitment to refrain from lying, cheating, and stealing. So it is a quality to commit yourself to get away, refrain from lying, cheating, and stealing. So most of our professionals getting bad name because of lying, cheating, and stealing. So honesty is the best policy for all the departments, especially for the administrators in the field of physical education, the leaders of physical education and sports. Next one. Integrity. Integrity is doing right things when no one is watching. Some people will do only good things when somebody is watching. It is not integrity. So the transformation must lead to integrity of the individual. That means you have to do the good things when no one is watching. Next. Ability to face challenge. See the picture is Ibrahim of Egypt, 48 years old, who lost his both arms in the train accident. After normalization, he practiced football. Some of the friends given a wrong feedback that you don't have legs, hands, but you are playing football. They criticized, negatively criticized. So after taking his challenge, he practiced the table tennis by holding the racket in the mouth and by tossing the ball with the foot. He represented his country in all the world level table tennis tournament, including the Olympics. So such a ability to face challenge must be the aim of your transformation. Whenever the transformation takes place in a department, that must develop the ability of your department students to face the challenges. Next. So ability to balance and the traditional and modern sports. So transformation means you not eradicating all traditional sports. Only the modern sports, only the Western sports. It is not a transformation. So the transformation must balance our traditional sports and modern sports. So the other also I have given an example that the transformation, example by the Khelo India sports. They have included all the 5 traditional games in the Khelo India games, Khelo India youth game, because the transformation really means the worth of the particular country must be developed. The worth of the particular sporting chances must be developed. So you must be in a position to transform the traditional and the modern game. There must be a balance of getting the good things from both the traditional and modern sports. Next one. The respect women. So all the transformation must in a position to develop a habit of stopping the violence against women. So you must respect women. You must provide safety at home and safety at the community. So the aim of sports, the aim of physical education to give a safe environment for women in all the places, including sporting arena and in the community. So some of our friends are getting bad name by mishandling the women. So this can be avoided by the proper reformation in the department activities so that we can respect women and we can stop violence against women. Next. Next. Next one. Okay. So this is the last slide. So we must be progressive based on all the reforms done by our forefathers, our present leaders, and our future leaders. So we are progressive. There is no doubt to it. Whether the progress is positive or negative. For that, we need the reform, performance, transform, then continue our performance. So always take it as a mantra to reform our activities, perform, transform, again perform for the betterment of the field of physical education and sports. So every step forward is the progress. The step taken by the SRM University, the Department of Physical Education, the Department of Yoga, for the faculty development is also progressive for the betterment of the field of physical education and sports. So I hope the mantra of reform, perform, and transform can be taken up by all the participants of this faculty development program for the growth and development of the field of physical education and sports. Thank you for our wonderful participants and the chance given by the SRM Institute of Science and Technology. I thank the management and the faculty members and the director, the heads of the department of various departments of the SRM University for their wonderful kind gesture in allowing me to share some of my knowledge in this FTP program. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for taking the full session, sir. I know you must be physically and mentally tired. I know that. Thanks for giving us a wonderful session. I request the participants to register the question in the chat box. Because of you, I just asked questions to our resource person. So we have a question from Dr. Akhil Malhotra, who is working as an associate professor in BHU Varanasi, sir.
Okay.
We just wants to just explain you about self-governance to good governance, sir.
Okay. Actually, whenever we are going for the governance, we are mismatching with the government and governance. Now the focus is on governance than the government. So the government is based on the set of rules and regulations. Enforcing rules and regulations is the role of the government. Now the scenarios change with governance. How the rules are to obey as per the rules and regulations.
Pack of advice for effective functioning of education. Pack of advice for effective functioning of physical education.
Hello, sir.
1 second, sir. 1 second, sir.
Okay.
From Kumar, sir. Mr. Kumar.
Okay.
Sir, he has a question. He wants an advice. He wants a pack of advice for effective functioning of physical education as whole. He wants a package for effective functioning of physical education.
The core area of my presentation is that the reform, perform, and transform. Because there is a reform is needed. Once the set of rules is given by our teachers, our forefathers, there we need change as per the modern days requirements. Say, for example, after lockdown, we need lot of changes in handling the students. Even a single cold and cough, the students are not allowed to attend school nowadays. So the basic requirement for now a parent is to get away from the cold and cough of a student to attend the school, regular school. So what is the necessity of the parent? Now the parent necessity is to focus on health. So the health can be given only by two means, only by the medical professional and by the physical education professional. So now we have to focus on the basic health of the student. So the basic health can be given by developing the immunity. The sports and physical activities can be developed based on the health requirement. Then we can go for insisting on the repetition of performance. then taking to the others. It can be sports, can be, now it can become a community sports. Community sports coaching programs implemented by the Nehru Yuva Kendra and the, what is that? The youth program of the government of India. So everything can be transformed to a positive manner for the whole society. So the physical education teacher not only covering only the sports population. I produced a good volleyball team. I produced a good football team. It's not a role of a physical education teacher. It is one of the role. The whole role is to build a healthy nation by developing the healthy children, whatever they are studying. So they may be school student or college student or university student. So it is your duty to develop a lifelong activity. The physical activity can become a lifelong activity. That can be a day-to-day program. So it is your duty to make them understand the physical exercise is their part of their life, not only for sports performance. So that is the package we can develop for the students' betterment, and not only for the students, for the development of our country. Sir?
Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving us a wonderful explanation, sir. So I think we have to end this wonderful session now. And now is already time is 12:20 now. I think the participants have to get ready for the another session also, sir. I want to conclude with a word of thanks, sir.
Okay.
Permission. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank our additional registrar, madam, for inaugurating the third day morning session. Thank you, madam. I'd like to thank our resource person for rejuvenating all the participants in a very new topic. Thank you so much, sir. Thirumali, sir. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all the participants for the patience, hearing, and learning, sir. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. We all meet in the second session and the afternoon session by 2 p.m. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
தம்பி மீட்டிங் ஆரம்பிச்சோன்னா ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணுங்கடா.
Sir, 1 minute.
சார் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் சார். ராஜ்குமார் சார் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mohan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to welcome you all to the afternoon session. I'd like to welcome our beloved Director Sports for the afternoon session Faculty Development Program. It's my honor and delighted pleasure to welcome Dr. Linus Martin, Director Campus Life of SRMIST. He works around the clock for the welfare of the students and is always the pillar of strength and guide for the Department of Physical Education. 73% of the success of our department belongs to him for successfully supporting us to conduct many national inter-university tournaments and nationals. We welcome you, sir, for the Faculty Development Program. I'd like to welcome Dr. Albert, HOD Department of Physical Education, Dr. Sendil, HOD Department of Yoga, and other faculty members and also the participants from various universities for this afternoon session Faculty Development Program. Over to our Honorable Director, Campus Life for the inaugural address. Sir, please.
Good afternoon to one and all present, dear director and colleagues, and the guest who is going to deliver the special talk today, today afternoon. So I first of all thank the Department of Sports, Faculty of Sports, to give me an opportunity to be the speaker or inaugural address speaker for this session. Thank you, one and all. So generally, FDPs in midst of our busy schedule, that gives us a lot of inputs, particularly when we want to upgrade our knowledge in a particular specific domain in which a particular person has done extensive work or research. It is transmitted or transformed to other members of the participating group easily, because that person might have spent a lot of time on that particular area, maybe in the form of their PhD or postdoc or a continuous research. So this gives us an opportunity to share the experience of an experienced person within 50 minutes or 1 hour to hundreds of participants who will otherwise have to spend a lot of time to acquire the same amount of knowledge or information. So institutional development is nowadays emphasized, particularly with respect to faculty skills involving instructional technology, small group teaching in the present context, small group teaching, online teaching, curriculum design, or whatever it may be. For such things, these FDPs will be an added advantage. Professional development is emphasized in all ways of life, every day. Development of individual faculty members, which mounts to the development of a particular institution or a university, very much depends upon the faculty development programs in which actively the members participate to acquire professional knowledge, which guides them to reach higher levels in professional responsibilities. Particularly, educators, researchers, and administrators are very much interested in attending FDPs, mainly because of the points which I pointed out. Organizational development emphasized the requirements of this. In most of the institutions, FDP is now a basic requirement for preparing a person for career advancement, like promotions or attending interviews. These things add value to an individual person. So apart from that, an individual person, he can build his personal capabilities, skills. In addition, when you are attending FDPs like this, it creates additional contacts, interpersonal relations, communication skills among the faculty members. With these in mind only, FDPs are designed, planned, and executed in various levels. UGC, AICT, or any other body which is focusing on FDP is finally focusing on these type of things. Particularly in an emerging field where required knowledge has to be disseminated to hundreds of people, the expert or the expert speaker delivers a talk, and at the end of the talk, the interaction between the faculty members and the participants leads to further thought process, for taking forward the particular area of research into hundreds of students or hundreds of other people with whom they are in contact with. Today, Professor Selva Lakshmi, who is working with the Department of Yoga of the Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, is going to deliver a talk on yoga as tool for psychophysiological, correct? Am I correct? Psychophysiological well-being. So first time I'm hearing that topic. If I attend towards the end, I'll be having some knowledge about this particular topic itself. That is the purpose of these programs. I congratulate the Department of Sports, Department of Physical Education and Sports Sciences of SRM University in organizing this wonderful event and inviting me to be the first inaugural speaker to inaugurate this program. So all the best to the participants. I hope towards the end, the participants will actively participate in the interaction. That is very, very important for any technical seminar like this. You have to actively participate and carry forward the discussion. Even after this program, you have to interact with the members who are participating so that this topic will become a topic of discussion among you, which is going to give you an edge over others who have not attended this program. All the best, and thank you for the wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable inaugural address, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Introduction of the research person. Dr. Mrs. Selva Lakshmi, she is working as an associate assistant professor in the Department of Yoga in Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University. Her academic achievement is she has done her BPS, BPEd, MPEd, MPhil, PhD, and MSc Yoga, and MSc YT, and MSc Psychology. She is a gold medalist in MPEd course of study during the year 2000 and 2001. Gold medalist in MPhil course of study during the year 2001 to 2002. Passed NET UGC in physical education, text for lectureship, eligibility in December 2001. So far, she has guided PhD in yoga for 4 and pursuing and 4 scholars are pursuing PhD and an MPhil. She has so far guided 75 scholars in MPhil and in physical education 14. Represented Tamil Nadu twice and Pondicherry State in hockey. Represented University of Madras football team, football and hockey team. She has plenty of experience in organizing plenty of tournaments. She has served as a coordinator for many national and international conferences, seminars, and workshops in yoga. Served as chairperson in national and international conferences, seminars. Served as a coordinator for 5 international Day of Yoga celebration from 2015 to 2019. Published books, 3 books, and articles published in international national journals for more than 35. Papers published in national and international conferences and seminars more than 10. She has research papers presented in international conferences and in seminars. I'm feeling very tired, Dr. Selvalakshmi. You have done plenty of things in the field of physical education and yoga. Over to you for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, very good evening to one and all present over here. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
So, with
Yeah,
this,
madam. Audible, madam. Fine.
yeah, thank you, ma'am. So, a very good evening to one and all present over here. It is a great opportunity for me to be with this great institution, and I would like to show my gratitude to all the members of the board of SRM University for having given me this opportunity. With this, I would like to request Deepak or somebody to share my screen. And before that, I would like to seek the blessings from God Almighty and from the yoga gurus, Sage Patanjali Munivar and Sage Tirumular, who was known as the father of yoga and who are still guiding and giving knowledge in yoga for me to excel in this field. With this prayer and blessings, I would like to give you the introduction about the topic or the session which we are going to see today. So can I see the screen, please? So let me continue. No problem. No problem. No problem. I'll just have a general talk. You can share the screen now. The topic, what I have chosen today is psychophysiology, though it seems to be the combination of 2 words, psycho and physiology, that is psychology and physiology. When it comes to the combined term psychophysiological, then the term, it has a different meaning and the effect is different. So that is what the thing, nowadays it is going on. The psychophysiological, psychosocial, and physio-psychological, all these combination of things, because the current scenario or the current hectic speed of life, what we are facing or we are running behind, it pushes us to problems like this. So here we are going to see what is psychophysiological parameters or what is psychophysiology and why the disorders or what are the effects that is happening in this psychophysiological aspects and how this can be overcome. This is what we are going to see, and I have toiled myself to come out with a set of slides which can give you some knowledge regarding psychophysiological well-being, and the tool, the important or the best tool ever to overcome the psychophysiological issues and for the psychophysiological well-being. So with this, we will see what is meant by psychophysiology then. It is as I told you, it is the combination of psychology and physiology. Here we can say the psychophysiology, it is a study of both the mind and the body. So psycho, it refers to the psychological or the psych or the mental aspect, whereas the physiology, it corresponds to the body. So it is the study of the interrelationships between mind and body. As we, sir, what happened to the slide? Or shall I continue?
Madam, slide
No
is visible,
problem, I
madam.
can continue. Visible.
Yes, but I had shared the slide already.
But it is not visible to me, sir. Gautam, sir.
Yeah, please continue.
Deepak, Gautam, sir, can you hear me?
Yeah. You can hear you. Please continue.
Yeah. Can I continue?
Sure. Yeah, you can continue, please.
Yes. Is it clear and am I audible?
Yeah, madam. Yeah, you are audible and clear.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So this is what the psychophysiology we are talking about. Since we all know that we, the human being, we will be referred to as, no, we will be called by name like X or Y. And what happens if we possess only the body and without mind, and we are for some time we are going to forget about the soul, without which we are not possible. But anyway, for some time we'll forget about the soul, and we are going to talk about the two sides of the, the two angles of the triangle, where it is body and mind. What happens if it is only body, or what will be the result if we have only the mind? It is not possible for the mind to function separately, or the body without the mind is impossible. So here these two are having interrelationship, or it two are having the interdependent aspect. So here it is defined as the scientific study of relationship between the physiological and the cognitive. Physiological is nothing but what are all the now functions of various vital organs of the body, and cognitive is the functions of the brain, we can say. So this is what the psychophysiology it talks about next. So the next is going to be like again the psychology. Psychophysiology is a branch of psychology, we can say, that is concerned with the physiological base and the psychological process. Otherwise, it is concerned with the relationship between the psych and the physiological process, what we have seen in the previous slide itself. So this is what the base, what we can understand regarding the psychophysiology. And what is the importance, or what, how this can be classified? Then if you can see some of the disorders or the problems what we face in our life, then we will have a clear or a better understanding about what is psychophysiological disorder. You can see the psychophysiological disorders at various levels or various systems. Since we all know the background of the human system and its function and other things, here the psychophysiological disorder, it is about its impact on various systems in the body. So it is not meant for only, or it will not affect only one particular part or one particular system of the body. You can see psychophysiological disorder at cardiovascular part or cardiovascular system. Next comes the gastrointestinal disorders, like what we are facing in this modern era is the hypertension. That is, we used to call it as high BP, hypertension, coronary heart diseases, and migraine. ஒற்றை தலைவலி நம்ம சொல்றோம் இல்லைங்களா? So psychophysiological gastrointestinal, which is associated with the digestive system and digestive disorders, which includes peptic ulcer, colitis, gastritis, etc., etc. And the one which affects the respiratory system or the respiratory tract, which is affected due to the psychophysiological issues, bronchial asthma, tuberculosis. Normally, sometimes the common cold is also a reason, is also a case comes under psychophysiological disorder. And coming to skin disorders, we can see neurodermatosis, eczema, itching, etc. And it goes on like this. The genitourinary, all the menstrual disorders and urinary problems, because the effect or the impact on the excretory system, which results in the urinary tract infection that leads to these kind of issues. And endocrine, the most important, which seems to be it is not known to many of us that it plays a major role, but it is working enormously in the body, and whatever happens in the body, all leaving all the parts of the body, the physiology, psychology, everything, this particular endocrine system, this is the one which has its impact on all levels, at the micro level, that is at the cellular level even, because the secretion from this endocrine gland is going to decide how the body is going to function, how the body is going to react, or what else is. So next comes, you can see the hypothyroidism, obesity, and diabetes even, all these comes under problem like disorders under endocrine disorder. Musculoskeletal, sometimes we used to feel severe neck pain, severe shoulder pain, and some cases of arthritis, headache, all because of this psychophysiological disorder at the musculoskeletal level. And next comes the organs for special senses and the lymphatic disorders, hemic, that is regarding to specifically to the blood and its parts. And next comes the other type of thing which results in multiple sclerosis. Why I have focused on this particular thing is because we should not have a wrong notion that all these are some kind of unique diseases or a disease which is, it has its own uniqueness. It is not like that. It is because of various other factors, it can be a cause of the psychophysiological changes. And we cannot say only because of adding more salt to the food is the reason for hypertension, and not eating at the right time is the reason for the peptic ulcer. And it is not like that. For example, we can see, if somebody is prone to peptic ulcer, it was found he is a peptic ulcer patient. This is associated with the frustration of love, we can say, the frustration of love, what we need. No, a person is longing for love, or the frustration of love, what he need. And this need for protection, sometimes they may feel they are insecure and they may long for protection. What happens is, this frustration of need, it may, when not in a position to get this love or protection, whatever it may be, then it may lead to anger and anxiety. So see the changes, the interrelationship, how it switched over from one thing to the other thing. What happens is, a person is found to be a peptic ulcer patient, and this peptic ulcer is because of he is longing for love and protection. When this love and protection is not given to him, or if he can't found that, this frustration leads to cause and anxiety, anger and the anxiety, which stimulates the secretion of acid. That is what which secreted in our stomach. We all know HCl and many other hormones and enzymes are produced, where this acid is very important in digestion. This particular secretion of acid, in turn, it leads to peptic ulcer. This is how each and every disease what we are talking about is going to be having its own manifestation. So this is what the classification of psychophysiological disorder. And we'll have a overlook of what are the causes. Now, each and every psychophysiological cause disorder, it has its own cause, but the general or the overall cause is specified to only one particular thing. That is, in general, or it is known as, normally it is known as the psychosomatic disorder. This psychophysiological disorder is sometimes it is known as psychosomatic disorder. That is, which is associated with body and mind, or when there is a problem in the mind which results or manifests as a disease in the soma, that is the body. This is what psychosomatic disorder. What is the main or the major cause we can say is, it is caused by the psychological and the emotional issues rather than by the body or by the organs. This is what we have to understand very clearly, or with very utmost care we have to understand it very keenly, because this is how a minor problem is going to become a major issue when not taken care or when not paid more attention. So in other words, we can say the psychological problems are expressed through some physiological pathology. That is what we used to call it as the manifestation of disease, like headache or diabetes, whatever it may be, like hypothyroid, whatever we have seen in the previous slide. No, all these disorders are as a result of the psychological issues which are expressed in the bodily terms. So here it is, it is introduced with the study of the effect of emotions on various body organs. That is what. And what happens actually, we can say, here it is a person who is having a medical condition, a normal issue, like he is having some medical issues. It may be hypertension, thyroid, or diabetes, whatever it may be, a normal condition. Here we are taking hypertension as a case. And what actually happens is, in three ways this can induce the psychological factors. The influence of the psychological factors maybe it is in this way. So stress alerting time, the intrusion of stress, and the exacerbation and generation of risk factors. You can see if a person who is prone to stress and already he is a hypertensive, what happens is this stress will alter the time period, utilized for the development, and it worsens or recovery from the general medical condition. So I'm already hypertensive. What happens if I'm psychologically not good or psychologically I'm not okay? If I'm too much worried, if I'm too much stressed, I'm too much anger, what happens is this anger, it will put me to have this hypertension for a prolonged time. That is the extension of time, the prolongation of duration of hypertension or the high blood pressure will be possible. So that is the stress altering time. The next comes is the general medical conditions treatment can be intrude and it can create problems. Sometimes we will not cooperate with the medications or the medicine what we are taking with, because whatever we have, whatever we take, if we don't have the strong belief or the positive attitude, then there is a point of at a single point of time, the psychological factors must it might intrude into the general medical conditions treatment. And next thing is anxiety. It make the symptoms of medical conditions worsen, thereby increasing its severity. If you think more of it, or if you expect anything, or if you exaggerate something more than what it is, only a small minor wound is there, and if you think, oh, what will happen, whether my it is going to get worsen, and if I'm having to if I supposed to lose my leg or hand, what happens if it happens? If it goes on like this, if you have the anxiety to this core, then it is going to really increase its severity. And generally, we all know there are a lot of complaints nowadays which is being generated. It is because of only stress. So the stress component will generate many risk factors associated with the health issues like diabetes, headache, and the previous slide is the best example for these things. And next comes, this is what easy for understanding, how the emotion in the sense, only if there is emotional imbalance, it leads to stress, and because of this, what happens? So anger, anxiety, resentment, and repressed anger, whatever it may be. When you express anger, it affects the blood pressure, heart disease may be possible, and when it comes to anxiety, if you are more prone to anxiety, then IBS and all of heart palpitations, everything, it will be increased. And if you see, when you are anger, and it has to be expressed in one or the other way. What happens if it is repressed? Then tension, headaches. What happens if your teacher scolds you? If your father or mother scolds us, or if the spouse scolds us, when we are in a position to revert back, or if we give it back, then we will be okay, at least to the extent we will be okay, not happy, we will be okay. But what happens if we are not in the position, we are the subordinate, or we are in the position not to express our anger, what happens is, see, it may lead to all the musculoskeletal issues like chronic back pain, tension, headaches, and you can feel the pain in your shoulder, humps, etc., etc. And now it is understood, emotional balance or psychological, whatever it may be, it is understood. The major cause of this psychosomatic disorder is nothing else but stress. Ultimately, lot of other cases are there, other causes are there, but here stress is the major component which is playing a vital role on the psychophysiological disorder. So let us understand what is stress. So it is nothing but a state of mind, we can say, a state of mind. If I'm happy, okay. If I'm angry, that is also the state of mind. I know if I'm if I'm prone to any kind of situation at that particular point of view or at that particular point of time, how my mind reacts or how my mind take that in what sense, whether in the right attitude or it takes in a negative attitude or what else. So this is the state of mind of any being. So it is the body-mind reaction, we can say, response to the situation. No, either we have to face the situation or we have to move from that particular place, or that is what we used to say, fight or flight instinct. Either we have to stay back and fight for what we need, or else if we think that it is of no use, if it is of no worth, speaking to somebody or waiting for something, then we have to quit from that place. This is what we have to, either this or that. So this is what happens in everybody. But how we take or how we handle the situation, it depends upon whether it is going to be a use stress or the distress, whether it is going to be the positive stress or the negative stress. So according to Dr. Hans Staley, it is the non-specific response of the body to any demands made on it. So sometimes our body will not expect this. It don't understand why this demand is created or why this is being demanded. And when such non-specific response is given to the body, then what is the result is called as the stress. So it is the non-specific response of the body to any demands made on it. It is the stress that is defined by Dr. Hans. And when it comes to in terms of yogic thing, or in the yogic literature, according to Saint Vasista, he says, being involved in this worldly activities, when mind gets disturbed or agitated, it flows in speed even though we try to control it. So it is nothing but the speed of the mind. So stress is defined as disruption of homeostasis. Our body is having a normal homeostasis. When there is a disruption or disturbance in this normal homeostasis, then it results in stress. So why or what are the reasons for the stress, we can see. So stress is because of when a situation or a condition is not acceptable to us. So a teacher is calling you and says something which is not accepted by you, or which is not acceptable by you, or a spouse or the subordinate, the superior or the boss of anybody, when they put some demand on you which is not correct or which is not acceptable, that will be a reason for the stress. At that time, what you face is called as stress, or at that time, how you react is called as stress. So when a situation or a condition is not acceptable to us, it becomes a stress. And if we want to do or to get something, I want to buy a car, I want to buy this, I want to buy a house, I want to buy, or I want to get this a particular increment, I want to get this first rank, or I want to score more marks. All these things are want to do or want to get something or the other. But when it is unable to get or do it, no, it is the human right for longing for or wishing, whatever it may be. நமக்கு ஆசைப்படுறதுக்கோ இது வேணும்னு நினைக்கிறதுக்கோ நமக்கு எந்த தடையும் யாரும் விதிக்க முடியாது. But what happens is, when it is not possible for you to do it, நீங்க ஒன்னு செய்யணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க, if you are not able to do it, if you are not supposed to, if it's not to, if you are unable to get something which you expect, or if you want, or if you wish to get that, then there results stress. And whenever, if a person, whoever it may be again all the people who are in and around you, friends or family members, whoever it may be, your cousin, teachers, parents, whoever it may be, when you have done something and when you got a feedback which is not acceptable by you. Okay, when a people is not giving the feedback what you expect, or the real feedback which really hurts you, and the comments or the criticism, the negative criticism, I can say. When these things which hurts you, at that time it will touch your ego, the one which cannot accept the reality sometimes. So when your ego is hurted through the feedback, comments, or the criticism. And the most important thing is when we lose something which we feel as important, it may be anything. It may be material, immaterial, it may be living, non-living, whatever it may be. So when we lose something which we feel as important, that is also a cause for the stress. So it is mainly because of fear, worry, and why this is because either நேத்திக்கு அதாவது போனதை பத்தி வருத்தப்பட்டு இருப்போம், அல்லது நாளைக்கு அப்படிங்கறது ஒரு நிரந்தரம் இல்லாத ஒரு விஷயத்தை பத்தி we will be always worrying. Otherwise நேத்திக்கு என்ன ஹெச்ஓடி தேத்திட்டாங்க, நான் என்னை வந்து ரொம்ப அசிங்கப்படுத்திட்டாங்க, என்ன வீட்டுல வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ப்ராப்ளம் வந்துச்சு, எனக்கு நேத்திக்கு it has gone, nothing can be done back. அது முடிஞ்சு போனது, சரிங்களா? நேற்று என்பது முடிந்தது, நாளை என்பது இன்னும் நம்ம கைக்கு வரவே இல்லை. So worrying about the past is also unwanted, and we people forget about the present moment. இந்த கணம், இந்த க்ஷணம், சரிங்களா? இந்த கணத்தில் வாழு அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. So not so much due to present moment, because living in the present moment is the fact, or this is what real. This is what real. இந்த நிமிஷம் என்ன நடக்குதோ இதுதான் நிஜம். So you have to have the mindset, or you have to prepare yourself to live in the present. That is why Gandhiji, he has rightly said, the future depends on what is done to the present. So whatever you do, whatever you think, whatever happens, at present is going to be your future, and the future is going to be depend upon what is done to the present. So you have to study well, you have to score mark, you have to write your exams well, and then you have to come out with the flying colors. Then your future will be bright. This is what. So it is always due to the perception of mind. That is what, how you take it. So why our teachers are scolding? Why the spouse shouted at me this morning? What is the reason for this? If you understand this, if the mind of anybody, if it perceives things in right way, and then there is no point of stress. If it is not perceiving in a right sense, then it results in stress. So different people feel different stress levels for the same situation. This is quite common. In the same class, out of 60 or 50, 40, whatever it may be, the same, for same reason, for the same, in the same way, the teacher would have scolded, or the teacher would have punished somebody, whereas a person like X may take it, so sensitive, ரொம்ப அதுக்காக ரொம்ப ஃபீல் பண்ணி அழுது ஆர்ப்பாட்டம் பண்ணி அதனால ரொம்ப உடம்பு சரியில்லாம போய், whereas the group of students like Y, take it, okay, தப்பு பண்ணோம், திட்டினாங்க, நாளைக்கு இதை பண்ணக்கூடாது. So this is how the feeling different stress level for the same situation also, it is going to be a cause for the stress. So it is unnecessary taking the thing in a wrong way. So this is the reason. So generally, you see what happens actually when your mind is stressed, or when you are stressed. Generally, that is the stress caused in the mind. What happens is it has its impact at all these levels. So your mind, how it gets affected, the body, what all the changes are, it is affected, and what is the change in the behavior, how we will behave when we are stressed, and what happens to the emotion. Generally, what we express. Generally, mind, it starts worrying, and then you will not be able to concentrate. When you are more prone to stress, your concentration will not be good. So inability to concentrate, and where really when you are stressed and nightmares are possible, and then negativity, all these things. And when it comes to the body, all kind of muscular tensions, fatigue, or what we see in the disorders, it happens. And coming to the emotions, depression, anger, and all kind of expressions, what we show as emotions, it is there. And coming to behavior, you will do something which is extraordinary or which is not a casual thing. No, that is what will happen. And this is what happens when we are stressed. And see, anxiety, fear, these are all the psychology of stress. And when it comes to physiology, it sees at the physiological level, that is acidity, ulcers, all these problems are because of stress. And the next thing is, we will have a flow chart like this. We will see really what happens. No, then we will understand, oh, this is what the psychophysiology is. The negative impact of stress, or the negative impact of what we think is. So see, starting from your mind, generally stress is, it originates from the mind. It is very clear, and we all are very familiar with what is the cause for and where it is caused. So a mind perceives as threat. It may be of any kind. Generally, it is a threat. It may be of anything, for any reason. And what happens actually is, this is what the physiology it does. So it triggers the animal instinct of fight or flight. If you are having a test today, no, you are having a test. It may be a semester or anything which is very important, which is going to make a difference in your life, you think of. So what happens is, at that time, anyway, we are not going to go for this flight. We will not run away from the test, but we will take some other example, like anything, whatever we feel like, we will take an example. A situation which you have put under a situation where your mind is keep on thinking about that threat. Anyway, you have to face it. What happens is, the mind, it will be triggered, and the animal instinct within us, either we have to run or we have to fight against. And generally what happens is, the adrenaline, it increases, and it will make your body to prepare for facing the situation. Okay. And in turn, what happens is, all these things, heartbeat will be increased, and everything, you will take more food, and shallow breathing, faster, மூச்சு ரொம்ப வேகமா மூச்சு இழுக்கிறது, மூச்சு விடுறது, இந்த மாதிரி, all these things will be happening because of. And normally you see, at that time your blood pressure will go to the peak, like 180 even sometimes, right? And generally the metabolism, it increases, and acidity will increase, and excretory system, sometimes you can see people frequently urinating due to some stress. If they are under problem, if they are under any psychological issues, you may see people urinating frequently. And then finally, it is the endocrine system which is get imbalanced, and the hormones or the enzymes, it get confused whether to secrete more or secrete less, or it is the inability of the endocrine system which results in the imbalance secretions. And then this imbalanced secretion of hormones results in the imbalanced emotion, that is fear, anxiety, anger, depression, etc. It goes on. All the negative emotions will be increased. Finally, we get panic, ரொம்ப பயந்துருவோம். That is because of when your mind gets this thing. Why this then? What is the way to come out of this, madam? And why can't this allopathic medicine and stimulants which are not managing the stress? What is the reason why it is not, giving better results? The thing is, the root cause for any problem has to be identified. I hope so you understand. Anything. நமக்கு இந்த ஆணி வேர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய விஷயம் எங்க இருக்குதுன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சு, if you get rid of it, or if you pluck it and throw it out, then அதோட அந்த ப்ராப்ளம் முடியும். Whereas if you just like that apply, the problem is inside, And if you apply superficially, all the ointments and other things on the superficial thing, like a dermatologist போயிட்டு மேல ஸ்கின் மேல மருந்து போடுறதுனால இன்டர்னலா இருக்கிற wound வந்து it is no way going to get healed. Similarly, here this medicine what actually does is it directly add the chemical to the body and interfere with the internal chemical factories. In order to understand very simply, we can see, no, you are facing acidity problem. What happens is when the antacids are given to you, it neutralizes the acid. That means after taking this antacid, the body thinks as if the thing is over, and then what happens is the body, the acid secretion will be stopped. And again, sometimes later, it starts producing more because அந்த நேரம் ஆசிட் வந்து அதனோட செக்ரீஷன் வந்து போதும், அல்லது பாடி வந்து என்ன நினைச்சுக்கோம், இன்னும் தேவைப்படுது போல, பிகாஸ் தி ஆன்டாசிட் ஹாஸ் ஆல்ரெடி நியூட்ரலைஸ்ட் தி அசிடிட்டி. அதனால the body it thinks of its own because it has the quality of thinking. The body it thinks the acid what has already been secreted is not sufficient, and it starts producing more. Already the person is in acidity. When the body thinks in a wrong, or when the body perceives it wrongly, then it starts producing more. Similarly, when you want to suppress the problems with depression, antidepressants will be given. What happens is the brain cells will be suppressed, and it will be suppressed to generate the electrical impulse. What happens in long run is idu thirumba thirumba the pressure ku podra mari dhaan. Generally blood pressure is not at all an issue. It changes time to time and situation to situation. Without knowing it, when you start taking the pills for hypertension, it is going to be a habit. And in all cases like that only, if you take medicine, it has to cure your problem. Then why this time you are taking 0.5 mg, and next time when you meet a doctor, it is going to be 1 mg, and the next time it is 2 mg, and it goes on like this. Have you ever think about it? If you go to a doctor to come out of your problem, and what should be the result? That 1 mg to reduce 0.5, and from 0.5 you have to come out of the medicine. But what happens is 0.5 to 1, 1.5 to it going on in an upper direction. So it is, I think something is lacking in our understanding. So when you take such drugs like antidepressants and other thing for long time, it is going to be a habit, and it will make the person so dull. Then now what we are supposed to do? Now the question is, we have to have a good psychophysiological well-being, and that is what generally we can call it as we have to be healthy. And for that we have to be healthy, or for the psychophysiological well-being, at any cost we have to manage the stress what we are facing. How to manage the stress and where the stress is? See, you have to find out the root cause, where it is. The problem is with the mind. And then what we have to do? We have to manage our mind. How? By positive thinking and right attitude, or positive attitude. This is what will be. Generally, I have heard it from one of my well-wisher. Generally, if I start worrying for some or no reason, the question he will ask is, to the maximum, what will happen? To the maximum, to the worst, what will happen? Either you will get it or you will not. If you get it, be happy. If you don't get it, let you try for the next time. What is going to be the worst of its condition? So this is what the condition, or this is what the question which makes me to think. And nowadays I have started thinking in this way. So what is the worst that can happen? So leave about that, anything, whatever it may be. It may be, the teacher scolding, problem at the house, whatever it may be. To the maximum, what will be the thing? Anyway, they are not going to kill us. Anyway, we are not going to lose our life. To the maximum, what will be the thing? We can face the situation. So let us smile at the situation, and we have to laugh. That is the laughing therapy, we can say. We have to laugh at ourselves, and we can smile at the situation, because smile brings you lot of changes. and the larger view of life should be there. You have to think, in a broad way. You have to think in a broad way in the sense, you should not, and it is not like narrow minded. You should not think very narrow, and you should not close yourself and think only this is the way. என்னால இவ்வளவுதான் முடியும், இவ்வளவுதான் இருக்கு, இது மட்டும்தான். Don't stick on to something only this much or only this likewise. So let us see a story. Of course, we all know this story. What happens is, once the professor, he came to a class, and you all know the story. Finally, I know he asked, he brought something inside the class and some items, and he placed it on the table, and generally, without saying anything or without speaking any words, he just take a jar, and he started to fill it with larger stones, like, which is called as rocks, a bigger size of, okay, that was filled in the jar, and he asked the students whether the jar was filled, and the students said yes, it was. After that, the student and the professor, he then picked up some pebbles, like அதோட அடுத்த சைஸ்ல இருக்கக்கூடிய கல், சின்ன சின்ன pebbles, கூழாங்கல் நம்ம சொல்லுவீங்க, box of pebbles, and he also put all those pebbles into the jar, and a small shaking or a mild show, he gently shook that bottle and or the jar, and then you see, of course, the pebbles, it get rolled into the areas where it can be between the rocks. And normally, students like us, and we are always having the habit of laughing of something, and the students, they started laughing, and again he asked the students whether the jar is filled. Again they agreed yes, and again next time the professor, he put some sand inside. Of course, you know how the sand will get through, and it fills all the places, all the available space in between the rocks and the pebbles. Now the professor, he said, I want to recognize that this is your life. And of course, we all have to recognize that this is life, because we should not think that this is what is, only I'm having space for this, or else only this can be a part of my life. It should not be like this. You have to give importance. The jar is like a life. You have to give space. Almost the rock is there, the pebbles are there, the sands are there. All has to be filled. All has to be filled in the jar. That is what the task. That is what the life. So the rocks, it is like your family, your health, children, partners, your job, etc., etc. So important that is. And if you don't if you think that the rock cannot be filled in the jar, then of course we are going to be nearly losing it. And the pebbles are things like the other like smaller scale, which is gives you importance, like the materialistic possessions, like what you want, car, house, and other things, where you are giving more attention to or more importance to nowadays. And this is like the pebbles, the second category we have to. Anyway, that is also to be filled in the jar. That is our life. And the sand is everything else. Everything else. The next comes everything, all the minor stuff or the small stuff. So if you put the for pebbles or the sand in the life, like your minor things, enjoying with your friends, going here, coming there, unnecessary, spending of time and other things, then what happens is the jar will be first filled with all these things, and there is no space for the rock. And the story is very well understood. I don't want to keep on blabbering on this. What actually is pay attention to things that are critical in your life, and you have to take time to play with your children, spend some time with your family members and other things. So this is what. So take care of the rocks first and the things that really matter. With this, what happens is you are seeing the life in a larger angle that will help you to come out of this stress. If you don't know how to manage your life or how to give importance or priorities to the life, and this figure, it shows what is it. And then coming to meditation, of course, it will help you. And then the next way of managing stress is, you have to build a capability of facing the stressful situation. That is, you have to be in a position to make yourself physically, physiologically, psychologically good to come out of the problem or to face the stressful situation. That can be possible through many ways and means, where here yoga and of course pranayama is an exclusive thing. Yoga, it plays a major role in managing the stress. And the next is healthy lifestyle and food habits, and positive energy sources, like you can spend your time in all the thing which makes you happy. Spend some time which makes you happy. That is, whatever the hobbies may be. Even it may be a simple thing like gardening, reading books, listening to music, whatever it may be. All your interests should be addressed in hobbies, should be practiced. And then coming to the time management, which is nowadays lacking. And when you are lacking in this time management planning, and if you're not being proactive, and if you are not get prepared, of course nobody can save you, nobody can help you. You are going to face the problem, and you are going to be affected by the stress. Now, how many of you knows the story, this I will sleep while wind blows? I don't know how many of you knows the story. Anyway, a small thing we will see here. What is the story it talks about? A small story which says that once there was a farmer. Or a farmer, he owned a land, a small land. He wants someone to help him. Although he had some more already, and he owned a new land, and he needs some person to help him, and he started to recruit the man who can help him. And of course, he interviewed many applicants for this, and he expects something, and he is not satisfied with all those who came for the interview on that day. And finally, a small man who is very thin and very short, he approached the farmer, and he said, and the farmer asked him whether you know all farmings and other things, whether it is possible, are you a good farm hand? And the answer what was given by that man, it is like this: well, I can sleep when the wind blows. This is what the answer which was given by that man. And really, this will puzzle us, and this answer even puzzled the farmer. And even though no other go, nobody was there, and he was not satisfied with any other. So at least he to some extent he accepted his thing without knowing what he said. Anyway, no other go, he hired him. And the little man started working, and he will be very busy from the dawn to dusk. He will be working all everything, right from A to Z. He will be doing all the work, and the farmer, really he felt satisfied with the man's work. And even now he is very puzzled what he received as an answer on that day of interview. And one fine night, what happens is, there was a wind which howled loudly, and it scared the farmer. He jumped out of his bed, and he took all the necessary things with light and other things which helps him to move from home to the land. He rushed to the next door, and he just woke up that man, that hired man who is working in his farmland, and he is sleeping. That man, he is sleeping very quiet, and a nice deep sleep he is having. And what happens? He shook that little man, and he shouted at him, hey, you man, get up. The storm is coming and we have to do this, do that. And before everything is being washed out, everything is being blown away. What happens now if storm comes? Everything will be washed out from that place. No things. Before they blow away, we have to go do something to tie up all those things. Come, 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 come. This is what he was shouting, and he shook that man. And no, without any reaction, that gentleman, that hired man, he rolled over in his bed and he said, "No, sir. I told you no on the day itself. I can sleep when the wind blows." This was the answer given by that man. Again, this landlord, he is very, tensed, and he enraged by the response which was given by this man, this hired man, and the farmer was tempted to fire him. But what happens is, instead, no, this is not the right time to show his anger and other things. He has to prepare to save his belongings. So instead, he hurried outside to prepare for the storm. And what happens is, really, what he saw in his farmland or in his field, it amazed him that he saw everything, like the haystacks and everything, no, in the field, whatever we imagine, whatever will be there in the farmland. So with the help of the tarpaulins and other things, all the whole haystacks, the வைக்கோல் போரெல்லாம் tarpaulin போட்டு கட்டி வச்சிருக்கு. மாடெல்லாம் அதனோட கொட்டையில கொண்டு போய் கட்டி வச்சிருக்காங்க. அந்த chicks, all the hen and other things, அதெல்லாம் கொண்டு போய் அதனோட கூண்டுக்குள்ளார போட்டிருக்காங்க. Everything was secured. Everything was kept in its place. No, nothing can be done. When even storm comes, nothing will happen. It will go off as it is. So this was the scene what it was saw by the landlord, and really this was amazing, and the man has no words, and he came and he understood. Now he understood the meaning for the word what he said, that I can sleep when the wind blows. This was what the statement given by that hired man, and the farmer, he understood this is what he tried to say. That means he did everything in time. No, he did everything in time. That is, generally, it is saying which we can say, expect the best. No, expect the best, prepare for the worst. If this was the situation, then when we are put under this situation and challenges, what we will face in difficult areas, we have to depend on how well we have prepared already. So with this, we understood that we have to be, very well planned in time management, and we have to think ahead. We have to be a proactive person and prepared to meet each and every situation which may be expected or may be unexpected. So then these are all going to manage the stress. And in the previous stress, we saw one particular point which shows that yoga is going to be a tool to manage the stress or the psychophysiological thing. And let us go, what is yoga and how it is going to manage the stress. So yoga is not an ancient myth buried in oblivion. It is the most valuable inheritance of the present. It is the essential need of today and the culture of tomorrow. This was said by Swami Satyananda Saraswati. We will take the last sentence alone. It is essential need of today and the culture of tomorrow. At the end of the session, we will see how it is going to be, understood. With this, yoga, it should not be taken as a practice or like any other thing, like just as a part of the life. It is going to be a way of life. Again, we have to, for better understanding how this psychophysiology it is working, or what is actually psychophysiology, one has to have a better understanding about the yogic concept of human body. Yogic concept of human body, that is the yogic philosophy. It conceptualizes human being as not a gross physical form. gross physical form, but there are subtle layers. There are subtle layers, and which is going to be called as the layer of existence. Okay, that is what some of the concepts of yogic physiology is said to be the koshas and the chakras and the nadis. And in order to understand better what happens physiologically and psychologically within us, we have to have a good understanding of these concepts. Only then it will be understood what is our capabilities and how we can peak our performance, and whatever we choose in our life to do. It may be a minor work, it may be a major thing to cross over, whatever it may be, only if we have a good understanding of these concepts, it will help us. Is my slide in Panchakosha, sir? Gautam, sir?
Yes, madam.
Sir. Yes, you
Yes,
are
madam.
going. Yes, sir. So coming to Panchakoshas, what it refers to. Pancha means 5 and koshas means it is the sheet of existence. It is nothing but Panchakoshas. And as we see this, the gross structure, நம்மள இப்ப வெளிப்புறமா பார்க்கிறோம் இல்லைங்களா, ஒரு முழுசா ஒரு உருவம், இது மட்டும் வந்து it is not human being. Yogic philosophy, what it says, it has other layer of existence. Other layer of existence, which is called as koshas. It is not said by you and me. No, it was said in the Upanishads itself. Taittiriya Upanishads, it presents a model of human being based on the 5 elements, that is the Panchaputas, Panchamahabhutas. நம்ம சொல்லுவோம் பஞ்சபூதங்களால் ஆகப்பட்டதுதான் இந்த உடம்பு. அதுவும் ஒரு பஞ்சமய ஆர் பஞ்சகோஷா மாடல் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி தைத்திரிய உபநிஷத்துல சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. So this is what that Panchakosha model we can see. Panchakosha model. This is what. So it is made up of 5 layers of existence. 5 layers of existence. Here it refers to the Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vinyanmaya Kosha, and Anandamaya Kosha. So what we think is the body, it alone, it is called as the human being. It is not like that. Subtle than this is the prana, which gives us energy, and the Manomaya Kosha, which is about the mind and emotions. Vijnana, it is the wisdom or the buddhi, and the other one is the contemplation, that is bliss body. So this Annamaya Kosha, the Maya here, it refers to Maya, Mayam. எங்க பார்த்தாலும் தண்ணி மயமா இருந்துச்சு, போக மயமா இருந்துச்சு அப்படி சொல்றோம் இல்லைங்களா. ஆல் பெர்வேடிங், எவ்ரிவேர், தட் இஸ் மயா. எல்லா பக்கமும் எங்க பார்த்தாலும் சரிங்களா, ஆல் பெர்வேடிங். ஸோ அன்னமயா அப்படிங்கிறது இட் இஸ் த பிசிக்கல் லேயர் ஆஃப் எக்ஸிஸ்டன்ஸ், விச் இஸ் மேட் அப் ஆஃப் the DNA, cells, tissues, nerves, organs, and all the external body or the entire body, gross body, what we are thinking or what we are seeing about. The food, what we eat, the water, what we drink, all these has been converted into nutrients, and out of this nutrient, this particular Annamaya Kosha, it is made up of. And you can see the physical structures, all these things which is visible. Next comes is the Pranamaya Kosha, where the prana is the prime element. That is which gives you the energy, which is the vital energy or the life force, which we can be called as. And the energy which gives us. So the electromagnetic energy field, where the chakras, nadis, prana, everything, which can be understood from this layer. And the third one is Manomaya Kosha. Manomaya Kosha, that is the seat of mind. That is, it cannot be, simply compared with the heart and other things. It is something beyond that. As like only we can feel the air, we can feel the breeze, and we cannot see all these. And we have to realize, or we have to perceive it. Okay, and this is what the existence of layer which deals with the mind, Manomaya. That is why yoga is called as Mano Shastra. And here the thinking, feeling, fear, doubt, motivation, etc. are going to be the factors of Manomaya Kosha. And Vijnanamaya Kosha, this is the discriminating power of any individual, which is generally called as Buddhi. Buddhi irka unakku, Buddhi solrada kelu. All these kind of words you would have heard. சரிங்களா, நமக்கு எது சொல்லும் போதும் கொஞ்சமாவது புத்தி இருக்கா, புத்தியோட நடந்துக்கோ, all these things. That means it will show you the right direction, which will discriminate whether it is right or wrong, which will show you the right direction. Sometimes, even if you are staying in the signal, your heart will say, that is your mind will say, oh, go, only yellow is there, another 2 seconds is there, 3 seconds is there, you can cross immediately. What happens is, immediately at the moment something will tell you, or something will pull you back. Hey, no, it is yellow, then you should not go, and it is not right also. There is something, something harm or something which is not necessary for you is awaiting. Idu vandu namakku or intuition sollum. That is what your buddhi, which is guiding you correctly. This is higher conscious, your intellect, your values, intuitions, etc. Next comes the Anandamaya Kosha, or the bliss body, which connects to the unconscious. And this is what the Pancha Koshas. And you can see the kosha and what is the layer which is associated with, and coming to the Ashtanga Yoga limbs, what practice will help in enhancing which kosha, and then you will forget about the chakra, which is not necessary for us now. So Annamaya Kosha, it is the physical layer, Pranamaya Kosha, it is the energy layer, and Manomaya, it is the mental, emotional functions, and Vijnana is the intellect, buddhi, or wisdom, and Anandamaya, it is the enlightenment. And prana, niyama, and asana practices will help Annamaya Kosha to develop, and Pranamaya Kosha can be nourished with prana, and the pratyahara, withdrawal of senses, and dharana will help enhance the Manomaya, and dhyana, of course, the meditation, which will enhance the Vijnanamaya, and the samadhi state is the Anandamaya Kosha, we can say. And if this is the case, again, we should know what is, it is the concept of this is what we all know is, generally this is we think something, கீழே விழுந்துட்டேன், எனக்கு அடிபட்டுடுச்சு, அதனால வந்துட்டு எனக்கு ப்ராப்ளம். இதுதான் நம்மளுடைய பேசிக் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் அபவுட் வாட் இஸ் டிசீஸ். பட் வாட் யோகா says is, so this is something else. No, how it manifests, how it has been manifest in the body abdinaka, that is what the psychophysiology it states about. Stress producing factor, சரிங்களா, the stress producing factors எதெல்லாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு we have to see. That is avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivesha we can call. Avidya, Ashmita, Raga, Dvesha, and Abhinivesha, we used to say what actually it is. I mean, these are the yogic thing where it is the kleshas are the which conflicts are, which is the thing which leads to the disease, we can say. Avidya is the ignorance, we can say. Avidya is the ignorance. Avidya is called as ignorance. அறியாமை, நமக்கு வந்து இது தெரியல அப்படின்னு நம்ம சொல்றோம் இல்லைங்களா, இந்த அறியாமை தான் வந்துட்டு எல்லாத்துக்குமான மூல காரணம், we used to say அறியாமை, சரிங்களா. The next is the asmita. The next is asmita, we used to call asmita, and this asmita is nothing but the one which is not accepted by everybody. Asmita is the ego, the ego between one and the other, and the madri. So it is the next thing is avidya. Asmita is ego. The next one is raga, desire for something, or for everything, whatever it may be, desire for everything, asai. And then dvesha, dvesham அப்படி சொல்லுங்களா, dvesham, dvesha, aversion, the hatred, எனக்கு இவங்களை பிடிக்கவே இல்லை, எனக்கு இது பிடிக்கவே இல்லை, எனக்கு அவங்க கண்டாலே ஆகாது. ஒரு ஒரு வெறுப்பு, ஏதோ ஒரு ஒரு விஷயத்து மேல வெறுப்பு. No, this devesha on anything. So this is what the next one. And the fear of death, abhinivesha, என்ன ஆயிடுமோ ஏதாயிடுமோ, நான் இறந்து போயிடுவனோ, எனக்கு என்ன வந்துடுமோ, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பயம் always. So this is called the pancha kleshas again. Pancha kleshas are the afflictions சொல்லுவோம் நம்ம அத. So kleshas are afflictions. இது வந்து பதஞ்சலி யோக சுத்ரால சாதன பாதால எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணியிருக்காரு பதஞ்சலி ரொம்ப அழகா. என்னத்துக்குன்னா the mental illness, because we should know what is the cause for. So in samadhi pada, the vyadi and the adi and the vyadi is been explained. அது என்னன்னு உங்களுக்கு சொல்றேன், ரொம்ப very simple. Vyadi is nothing but the disease, adi is the disease. அது என்னன்றதை நம்ம அடுத்தது பார்ப்போம். And this kleshas are explained in this sadhana pada, which is the root for mental illness. That is why I told you, only if you know what is the root cause for any disease, then it is easy for us to address the problem and to come out from or to remove that root cause for the disease. So here these kleshas are the root cause for mental illness. Now you can understand. See, ignorance of anything. அறியாமை தான் இருக்கிறதுலே மிக கொடிய ஒரு விஷயம் எதுன்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா அறியாமை தான். That is said to be the root for all other afflictions. சரிங்களா? So if you are an ignorant, then everything is a problem for you. And the next one is all you see because of ego and desire. ஏதோ ஒரு பொருள் மேல ஆசை. அது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஈகோக்கு போவோம். we are the asmita, that is ego results in almost, if somebody touches your ego, then it results in what you know, the consequence. And desire, what we see in the causes for the stress, no? If you are longing for something, what happens? அந்த பொருள் மேல ரொம்ப ஆசை வைக்கிறது, பொருளோ லிவிங் பீயிங்கோ எது மேலேயோ நம்ம ரொம்ப ஆசை வைக்கும் போது அது கிடைக்கல அப்படிங்கும் போது அங்க என்ன ப்ராப்ளம் வரும்? கிடைச்சதுனாலும் ஓவர் ஜாய், அது ஒண்ணும், இட் இஸ் ஆல்சோ அன் இம்பேலன்ஸ்ட் எமோஷன். அண்ட் துவேஷா, ஒருத்தவங்க மேல ரொம்ப கோவம் எப்ப பார்த்தாலும்னாக்கா, that also leads to the emotional outburst and what happens. And எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் நான் செத்துருவேனோ நான் இறந்து போயிடுவேனோன்னு ஒரு பயம் இருந்துகிட்டே இருந்துச்சுன்னா, that is also again is going to be the root cause for mental illness. This is what the problem is. And you see, and if this is the case, and generally what we have seen is என்னென்ன எப்படி எல்லாம் நமக்கு வந்து disease வரும், how the disease is possible அப்படின்றதுதான் வந்துட்டு I told you, no, adi vyadi and the other thing what we saw as the thing. Adi is nothing but the causes for disease. You have to understand this also. The psychic disturbance arising due to ignorance. Adi is the psychic disturbance we used to call. Mind level la நமக்கு ஏற்படக்கூடிய disturbance, because of this ignorance, நம்மளோட அறியாமையினால நமக்கு ஏற்படக்கூடிய இந்த psychological disturbance is called as adi. Otherwise it is the stress. And vyadi is nothing but the physical malady or the illness. நம்ம உடம்புல ஏற்படக்கூடிய பிரச்சனைகள், மாற்றங்கள், changes, whatever it may be, the physical malady or the illness. So the adija vyadi அப்படின்னு ஒரு விஷயம் இருக்கு. That is the psychosomatic illness, psychophysiological illness நம்ம சொல்றீங்களா, that is called as adija vyadi. Stress borne psychosomatic illness, ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்னால வரக்கூடிய அடுத்த பிரச்சனை, that is psychosomatic illness, which is called as adija vyadi. And anandija vyadi, the somatic ailments like நம்ம கீழே விழுந்துடுறோம், அடிபட்டுடுது, otherwise any infections, cold பிடிக்குது, and then fever, whatever it may be, which is not the stress related or the stress borne. Stress வந்து அதுக்கு காரணம் கிடையாது. கீழே விழுந்துட்டேன், அடிபட்டுட்டு, ஆக்சிடென்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு, what I take, no, it becomes a food poison, toxins, இந்த மாதிரி cases எல்லாம் it is not the stress borne, that is external, no, all those things are called anandija vyadi. And sara adija vyadi, which is heredity. சரிங்களா? sara adija vyadi, that is heredity, congenital disease அப்படின்னு நம்ம சொல்லலாம். That can be, mindset clear. You have to understand what is, why it is, and how it can be, get rid of idellam therinju, and then you have to transcend yourself, and then the cycle of birth and death, all these things this should be transcend the thing, and then only this heredity influence disease can be addressed with. And the next are, some things are not inherited, and the last one, which is upadhi. I think upadhi is nothing but the self-imposed suffering. எனக்கு நானே வந்து தேவையில்லாம பிரச்சனைகளை இழுத்து வச்சுக்கிறது, எனக்கு நானே கொடுத்துக்கிற suffering. So this is self-imposing suffering. So these many things are there in this disease. Now we will see. No, avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhinivesha pathom. These are the stress producing factor called kleshas. This kleshas bad effect, or it will affect badly the manomaya kosha. What happens? No, think of all these 5 what I have explained. உங்களுக்கு வந்து ignorance, ego, ஆசை, அப்புறம் வந்து வெறுப்பு, இன்னொன்னு வந்து பயம், இது எல்லாமே எது மேல போய் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இம்பாக்ட்ல உட்காரும்னா, it will have its impact on your mind. That is manomaya kosha. Manomaya koshala, உங்க மைண்ட்ல if there is a disturbance, what happens? That is adi. மைண்ட்ல ஏற்படக்கூடிய விஷயம் தான் ஆதி அப்படின்னு நம்ம பார்த்தோம், which is called as stress. This stress in turn, what it happens or what it does is, it will affect your prana. உங்களுடைய மூச்சை affect பண்ணும். When the prana is affected, what happens is, we will see in the next slide, that will be easily understood. So this is what actually it happens. So manomaya kosha, adi, that is the mental agitation. In turn, the flow of prana, either there will be an imbalanced flow of prana, or it will be a shallow breathing, ரொம்ப fast breathing அப்படி இருக்கும், அப்படி இல்லைன்னா unstable இருக்கும், the nodes will be unstable, and anyway it is going to alter the breathing. Normal அல்லது natural breathing இருக்காது. When this prana is affected, so it is at the pranamaya kosha. Manomaya kosha affected, and next comes the pranamaya kosha. And you see, when it is affected, in turn it is going to show its impact on the digestion. That is in the annamaya kosha, that is in the physiology. So first is the psychology, and the next one is the psychophysiology, that is the prana, and the third one is physiology, that is on the digestion. What happens in the digestion? Either it will be hypocellular activity, which is called as ajirnatvam. அப்படின்னா altered அல்லது இன்னொன்னு வந்து hypercellular activity, அதிஜீர்ணத்துவம், அதிகமா பசி எடுக்கிறது, நிறைய சாப்பிடுறது, நிறைய ஃபாஸ்டா டைஜஷன், அந்த மாதிரி. The next one is குஜீர்ணத்துவம், altered cellular activity. சரிங்களா? அஜீர்ணத்துவம், அதாவது டைஜஷன் ரொம்ப கம்மியா இருக்கும். ஹைப்பர் ஜீரணம் வந்து ஜாஸ்தி இருக்கும், ஜாஸ்தியான டைஜஷன் இருக்கும். இங்க வந்து altered digestion, குஜீர்ணத்துவம். So it works at the digestive system in this way. Either it will alter, or it becomes a hypo or the hypercellular activity in the digestion. In turn, what happens is, it results as a vyadi, or the physical ailment in the annamaya kosha. I think you have understood very clearly how this psychophysiological illness it manifests. So the stress in the manomaya kosha, it will alter your breathing, and then this breathing in turn, it will affect your digestion. What happens if this digestion is altered? It results in constipation, where we all are unaware that this constipation is the cause or mother of diseases. If we go and browse, you can see mother of all diseases, it becomes constipation. And when we are prone to constipation, it results as the toxin accumulation, and finally the physical ailments, which is called as vyadi in the human body. And coming to the next important thing is, so this is manifest. One is the stress, and the other important things are the neurotransmitters. We know what are all the neurotransmitters. All these hormones, in general term, we will understand it as the hormones, which plays a major role. And all those things also, it plays a major role in, maintaining the mind and brain relationship. So due to yogic practices, what happens is all the negative things, depression, anxiety, all negative symptoms, it will be reduced. And whichever is needed, more like cognition, sleep, attention, everything will be improved. You can see the neurotransmitters, GABA, glutamine, dopamine, and not dopamine, it is GABA, glutamine, and the serotonin will be improved. And this dopamine, norepinephrine, epinephrine, this, which is the negative producing thing, which will be reduced. And of course, we should know, or we should have a better understanding of these neurotransmitters also. How it plays a role, or what is its role in the human body. As I told you, we know something about hormone, and what does it mean? The major hormones like insulin, thyroid, and many other hormones, what we would have studied in our early childhood thing, or somebody, those who are science students, till now we might be reading this. And we don't know that many of the emotions are the results of this neurotransmitters are the hormones. I hope so. And it is essential for us to understand, no, this is also is possible. Like we to be happy, we to be free from stress, and we to live long, and goes on like this. So you can see the serotonin has to be balanced. Otherwise, these are the nicknames or the other names for the hormone. Serotonin is called the happy hormone, and the cortisol, which is called as the stress hormone, it should be reduced. And the longevity hormone, or DHEA, is boosted, and it has to be boosted. And the anti-anxiety GABA neurotransmitter has to be improved. And the endorphins, feel good. We don't know. Sometimes, we will feel very relaxed, very feeling good. Ennane theriyalappa, I'm so happy today. No reason. Without reason, we may feel very happy. This is what the feel good hormone. So the endorphin, which is called as the feel good hormone, it is increased. And the next is anti-aging hormone, that is the growth hormone. And melatonin, as we all know, the one which is responsible for sleeping, which starts secreting by the time of 11 in the night, and almost it stops its secretion by 3 o'clock. That is why those people who are working in the IT industries and other persons who are working in the shift basis, they are finding it very hard, or facing lots of sleep disorders because of their sleep pattern has been changed. And this is the biorhythm, and that is what the thing we call it as the இயற்கை நமக்கு அப்படிதான் வழங்கி இருக்கு நிறைய விஷயங்கள் இல்லைங்களா. biorhythm, we have to sleep in the night and we have to get up early in the morning, and it goes on like this once in a weekly 7 days and all, everything it goes on like this. There is a hybrid time, and then mating time for animals, நிறைய விஷயங்கள், hibernation, எல்லாத்துக்குமே இயற்கை ஒரு time period வகுத்து வச்சு. And we are not exceptional cases for that. You may think, you may say, madam, and of course melatonin, it will secrete only in the dark. And you may claim, or you may question me, madam, நான் எல்லா லைட்டையும் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு ரூம் ரொம்ப டார்க் பண்ணி வச்சுட்டு அப்புறம் தான் மேடம் தூங்குறேன், ஆனாலும் எனக்கு தூக்கம் வர மாட்டேங்குது. See, our body is more intelligent than us. நீங்க ரூம் எல்லாம் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணி இருட்டுக்குள்ளார உட்கார்ந்துருந்தா மட்டும் பாடிக்கு தெரியாதா இது நைட்டா பகலான்னு? So whatever you do, it won't, it is not like a machine switching on and off, and you cannot expect anything. You have to go to your bed early, before 11. That is why it is said it starts secreting by 11 o'clock and you have to be in the bed by before 11. And this is what. So rest, sleep, heal hormone, which plays a major role. This area again it is going to result as stress early in the morning, and the next day, the whole day it is going to be a stressful day. And oxytocin, the love hormone, the feeding mothers, what they have more secretion, feel good. I mean, the love hormone and the love between two. At the time, also the oxytocin secretion it will be more, and the dopamine or the reward hormone, and of course, in order to control the rate of thyroid, the metabolism hormone secretion is very, very important, because the entire metabolism is going to have its impact on the thyroid. Either it may be hypothyroid or hyperthyroid. It depends upon the metabolism. And now, after knowing all these things, let us see what does yoga do at the physiological level. Then only the session will have a completeness, isn't it? So by doing yoga, and I'm coming, the slides after 2 or 3, I think the Ashtanga yoga will be there. What is there in yoga? And before that, we will know what is its physiological, impact. So whatever we do as asanas, the physical postures, it works at different parts of the body, right from the cell to the grass structure, the microcellular level. It has its impact at the microcellular level, and it works at the grass level also. All these joints, bones, and etc., etc. And these asanas are, it is combined with breathing always. Then in turn, it has its impact in the physiology also. And what this is just for making you to understand a basic understanding of what it does. Generally there are a lot of other impacts are there, and you see all the fitness parameters and other essential parameters like flexibility, hollowness, lightness, all this endurance, balance, etc., etc. Everything, it is possible through doing yogic practices. And what happens by doing pranayama is like it helps to absorb more oxygen, and then it helps to remove more carbon dioxide, and then oxidation and liberation of energy is more by doing pranayama practice. And the nerve tips in lungs, the alveoli we used to say, the nerve tips, it can be stimulated, and out of which the pituitary gland is also, it gets activated. And this breathing is the only thing, or this pranayama practice, it will enhance the respiration, which is both the voluntary and the involuntary function, as we all know. So this is what we can say. So it is going to be the entry point to explore the internal world. That is what the ancient rishis, they have discovered, and which was handed over to this mankind. And this we have to understand very clearly, this Ashtanga yoga, which is very, very essential for us, and how it works at. You see, these are the 8 limbs. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyakara, Dharana, Dhyana, and Samadhi. The first 5 we can see generally. Here it is included 6, but generally the first 5, it is going to be the Bhagirang yoga, or the things which you do and which can be seen by others, and others can know that you are doing yogic practices. Whereas the last 3, it falls under Antaranga yoga, which is very internal, that cannot be seen by others, that happens to you. This you will do, the last 3, it will happen to you. This is what the limbs of yoga we can say. Coming to the Yama and Niyama, these are the attitude training we can say. That is the self and social code of conduct, the restraints and the observances. So first, the Yama principles are the Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha. Why I am so focused on this is Because if you don't have the attitude, I mean the right attitude or the proper attitude, again it is going to result in stress, or it will result in the psychological thing, that is the mental agitation. Then finally, the same good old stories, it is going to manifest as a psychophysiological disorder. So we have to see ahimsa, non-harming. Non-harming here in the sense you should not harm yourself as well as the others. It is not like ahimsana அடுத்தவங்களை மட்டும் கஷ்டப்படுத்த கூடாதா, இல்ல இல்ல, உங்களை நீங்களே கஷ்டப்படுத்திக்க கூடாது. No, like eating at the wrong time, sleeping at the wrong time, and starving for more time, and taking the food which is not meant for us. அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய உங்களை நீங்களே மனதளவுலையும் சரி உடம்பளவுலையும் சரி வருத்திக்கிறதுக்கு உங்களுக்கே ரைட் கிடையாது. That is what ahimsa, non-harming the self as well as the others. And ahimsa here in the sense எண்ணம் சொல் செயல் மூணுலயுமே you should not harm. எண்ணம் சொல் செயல், சரிங்களா? நீங்க எண்ணுவதும் அடுத்தவங்களை அதாவது அடுத்தவங்களை கஷ்டப்படுத்திடக்கூடாது. உங்களுடைய சொல், நீங்க பேசுற பேச்சு, இன்னொன்னு செயல், உங்க செயல் எதுவும் அவங்கள கஷ்டப்படுத்தக்கூடாது. நெக்ஸ்ட் இஸ் சத்யா, ட்ரூத்ஃபுல்னஸ் ஆர் நான் லையிங், உண்மையை பேசணும், பொய் சொல்லக்கூடாது. அஸ்தேயா, நான் ஸ்டீலிங், அடுத்தவங்க பொருளை திருடக்கூடாது, சரிங்களா? நான் ஸ்டீலிங். பிரம்மச்சரியா, so maintaining the celibacy or the thing. And the next one is aparigraha, non hoarding or அடுத்தவங்க பொருள் மேல ஆசைப்படாம இருக்கிறது, அபகரிக்கிறது, சரிங்களா? எது நம்மளோடது இல்லையோ அந்த பொருளை அபகரிக்கிறது. அது எனக்கு வேணும்னு நினைக்கிறது கூட அபகரிக்கிறது தான். which is not yours, சரிங்களா? which is not yours. When you aspire for that, that is also, it is wrong. And then the next one is niyama. As an individual, you have to have the thing, observance such as saucha, santosha, tapas, swadhyaya, and ishvara pranidhana. Saucha is cleanliness, both the internal and external cleanliness. Internal is the mind, your brain, everything, it should be cleansed with good thoughts and other things. So cleanliness, both internal, உள்ளூர நல்ல குணம், நல்ல எண்ணம், இதெல்லாம் இருக்கணும். எக்ஸ்டர்னலி taking baths twice or thrice, keeping your body clean, that is saucha. santosha, contentment, எந்த சூழ்நிலையிலும் எது இஷ்டப்பட்டு எதுவா இருந்தாலும் செய்யறது, எதை செஞ்சாலும் அத ஒரு சந்தோஷத்தோட ஒரு கண்டென்ட்மெண்டோட செய்யறது, that is santosha. feeling happy in whatever you do. And then tapas, the thing is austerity we used to sing, தவம் இருந்தாங்க சொல்றாங்க இல்லைங்களா, the fire. When you want to get the endurance of thing, if you want to get something, striving more hard to get it, சரிங்களா? முனிவர்கள் எல்லாம் ஒரு விஷயத்தை அடையறதுக்கு எப்படி ஒரு ஒரு தீவிர தவம் இருந்தாங்களோ, that is what is tapas is. So you have to strain hard, you have to strive for that, you have to have an endurance training for that. Only then you can attain whatever you need. So that is tapas. And swadhyaya, self study, study the scriptures and know yourself, and then coming to the surrender and leave all the rest to the God, and don't wait for the fruit. This is what the yama nema. And next comes the physical posture, that is asana, and which works at the annamaya kosha. And next is the breathing or the regulation of breath, which is called as pranamaya kosha. ஏற்றி இறக்கி இருகாலும் பூரிக்கும் காற்றை பிடிக்கும் கணக்கறிவாளர் இல்லை, காற்றை பிடிக்கும் கணக்கறிவாளருக்கு கூற்றை உதைக்கும் புரியதுவாமே. This is what the Tirumandram which was said by Tirumular, stating which is the only way to postpone our death, சரிங்களா? நம்மளுடைய மரணத்தை தள்ளி போடுறதுக்கான ஒரே வழி எதுன்னா பிராணாயாமா பிராக்டிஸ் தான் அப்படிங்கிறது தான். ஏற்றி இறக்கி இருகாலும் பூரிக்கும், அதாவது மூச்சு உள்ள இழுத்து வெளியில விடுறதுக்குன்னு ஒரு கால அளவு இருக்கு. அந்த கணக்க நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியாது. அந்த கணக்கு தெரிஞ்சவங்களுக்கு கூற்றை உதைக்கும், காலனை தள்ளி போடும் குறியதுவாமே, அதுதான் வழி அப்படிங்கறதான் ரொம்ப அழகா சொல்லியிருந்தார். ஏற்றி இறக்கி இருகாலும் பூரிக்கும் காற்றை பிடிக்கும் கணக்கறிவாளருக்கு கூற்றை உரைக்கும் குறியதுவாமே அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அழகா சொல்றார். நெக்ஸ்ட் comes the withdrawal of senses. So once you practice yama, niyama, and then slowly you will be ready to take up asanas. And once started doing asanas, you will be ready for pranayama practice. And when you are introduced into pranayama, slowly you will be past, you will be able to withdraw your senses. That is from the worldly pleasure or from the worldly commitments. No, you will start withdrawing your senses. ஐம்புலன்களை அடக்க ரொம்ப சிம்பிள் ஐம்புலன்களையும் அடக்குதல். Then it leads to the intense focus. You have started focusing on one particular thing. That is concentration, we used to say, that is dharana. And when you started focusing intently on one thing, or if you started concentrating on one thing, that dharana, when it is done for quite some time, it leads to dhyana, which is called as meditation, a state of meditation. Here in the state of meditation, there will be a two identity. We used to say we, I, myself, and we seed or something else. நான் இன்னொன்னு மேல, அதாவது நான் இன்னொன்றை நோக்கி நான் தியானம் பண்ணுறேன். So that is the self and the other one. So dual identity is there. And the next is the samadhi stage, where it becomes one. That is no you and me. That is only one. The state of oneness, which is called as samadhi. So this is what the 8 limbs of yoga, which was said by the great sage Patanjali, or the father of yoga, which works at all the level, which works at all the koshas. And see, for a happy life, what we need is physical stability, mental clarity, emotional balance, the social awareness, and spiritual strength. Don't wonder how this madam has framed this. Only these things are necessary. It is based on the definition given by World Health Organization. This thing I have framed. So what does a health mean is a state of complete physical, mental, social, emotional, and spiritual well-being, and not merely the absence of diseases or infirmities, isn't it? This is what the definition given by. So it is a holistic, complete, the definition it states about the complete, which is the holistic. So when we possess all these dimensions of health, of course, when all these things are there, when we are physically stable, when we have the mental clarity, that we are mentally clear, and we have the balanced emotion, and we are having social awareness, and of course, when we are able to love the nature, that is the spiritual strength of us, then it is said that we are leading a happy life, where there is no point of all the physical ailments, physiological ailments, psychological ailments, whatever it may be. Even for the psychophysiological ailment also, there is no room for. So this is what the impact of yogic practices. When you do yogic practices, all the techniques like posture, breathing, relaxation, meditation, and of course, what happens is it works at the multi-level. So mind-body awareness, self-regulation, physical fitness, and all levels, where one is linked with other, or one is interrelated with the other. And when mind-body awareness is improved, then it is going to have its impact on the self-regulation. And when you are self-regulated, your physical fitness will be improved. And vice versa. When you are physically fit, you will be self-regulated self. And then your mind-body awareness will be more. And finally, where it works, or where it lays its importance is, it shows its result in behavior, mental state, health, and performance. See, this behavior, mental state, health, and the performance, we'll leave the performance. All these three things is going to be the psychophysiological well-being. And see, by doing yogic practices, mood elevation will be there, your well-being is improved, all the psychological issues or the psychological disorders will be reduced, positive behaviors, physical health, cognitive and academic performance is improved, and relationship will be cordial, and the quality of life will be improved, whereas the negative behaviors will be reduced. And what happens is, already we have seen the negative impact. Let us change the same thing into a positive impact like this. What happens is, when you keep your mind peaceful and joy instead of threat, of course, it is going to trigger again. But how? it triggers the hope, optimism, positive feelings, etc. And normally what happens is the adrenal, it normals to prepare the body, and it makes the heartbeat normal and normal supply of food and oxygen, and blood pressure is normal, and your breathing becomes slow and deep, and your metabolism is going to be normalized. Finally, the processing of normal food will be there in the stomach, and the excretory system is able to clear the toxins which is accumulated. And finally, the chemical factors, it will start functioning properly, and the endocrine system will release the hormones in a balanced way, or the balanced secretion of hormones and enzymes is possible, whereas the energetic, enthusiastic, and positive emotions will be expressed. And you will be a person with calm, confident, and you will be composed. This is what it is going to be the positive impact by doing yogic practices. And it is for all the participants. See, this is what the goal of yoga. No, the goal of yoga is yoga. If you want to be a miner of diamonds, you have to take care of your picks and shovels. That means you have to be very careful in picking up each and every, the diamonds, how it is and how the shape is, how it is. Likewise, if you want to be the miner of yourself, that is your spiritual self, you have to take care of your body, breath, and mind, which is going to be the key factors for the psychophysiological well-being. And if you are not taking care of your body or your mind, then we are going to be the loser. And this is what the vicious cycle, what we are running behind. No, generally, what we do is, in order to earn money, in order to earn fame, we are, we have lost our health almost. We have lost our joy. We are very less creative, and the fulfillment is very less. And no recognition will not be there, and everything will be less. Finally, it results on the stress, on the priorities, which is on the money and fame. If you take up yoga as a way of life, or if we take up yoga in our daily routine, and we lead a yogic way of life, then it is possible, like we can make it as a virtuous cycle. So you have to pursue health and then knowledge, which in turn joy, creativity, and the fulfillment, everything becomes more. So vice versa of the vicious cycle, and you will have more recognition and more money, because when you pursue all these things, no, everything will come in search of you. Nothing else. If you have health, that is body and mind and knowledge, then money and fame, of course, it is going to be the byproduct which is going to come behind you. If you say that I don't have time, I'm not, finding time because I'm going early in this morning, coming late in the night, it is simple an escapism. You cannot give all those escapism answers because it is not possible. So this is what the importance on a proper and healthy lifestyle, whose main components are Akar, Vichar, Ahar, Vihar, Vyavahar. A healthy physical activity and exercise must be there, which are, that is the right thoughts and right attitude towards life that are vital for well-being. And Akar is the diet or the food, healthy food, a nourishing diet with adequate intake of the water and all, everything balanced intake of. And Vikar is the proper recreational activities, whoever we might be. No, if we don't have time for relaxing the body, it is going to be again like a car without a proper cooling system. No, the radiator, it gets hot, and somewhere in the middle of the travel, no, it is going to get its destination in the middle of somewhere. Similarly, here also, if you don't focus upon your relaxation for your body, of course, it is not possible to have a good health. So proper recreational activities to be there to relax the body and mind, and which is essential for the good health also. And Vyavahar is the healthy interpersonal relationship, which enhances the psychosocial health. And coming to the conclusion part of the session, of course, there are many studies. Since I'm running short of time, I am not able to give you the studies. The studies there are a lot of studies, no, which offers the glimpse of fact that yogic practices will always improve the performance at every level of existence, physical, pranic, mental, emotional, cognitive, spiritual, and whatnot. Every level it is going to work upon. And that is why it is said yoga will culture a human being in a holistic manner. This holistic is nothing but what the WHO defined as a health, and it enables success at all levels. So generally, this is what my end slide it used to be. It is wiser to wear a good quality shoes instead of removing nails and thorns spread on the road, because it is not possible for us to look after the physiological issues, the psychological issues, the sociological issues, whatever it may be, going in search of all remedies for each and every dimensions of health. Instead, we can take up one thing under one roof. We can get remedy for all our issues. That is taking yoga into our life. That is how, like wearing a good quality shoes instead of removing nails and thorns spread on the roof. So yoga here, it recuperates the natural strength of the body and mind to eliminate the disturbing factors on the gross and the subtle level. That is at the body level, or in the pranic level, or in the manomaya level, or in the vijnanamaya level, whatever it may be. The eliminating the disturbing factors is possible through yogic practices at any level. So let us think that gone are the days. No, we used to say when yoga was considered to be the magic. Now it is not like that. It is hailed as an effective interventional tool for many existential maladies. So, as it is said by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, life is here to be enjoyed and no one has the right to suffer. We have the right to enjoy the life, and herewith I request all of you, at least by today, by now, this time, we will take up yoga in your life, or as a part of your life, or a way of life, and let us together enjoy the life. So stop thinking of what could go wrong and start thinking of what could go right, which will take you free from stress and which will take you to the positive health aspect. Whatever you do in life, yoga shows you how to do it better. Thank you very much. Hope I have given you something which is very useful. This is how we can make yoga as a tool to have a psychophysiological well-being, or to enhance the psychophysiological well-being.
Thank you, Dr. Selvalakshmi, for giving us a wonderful session. Thank you so much. Dear participants, if you have any questions, you can just register in the chat box. Madam, we wait for another 1 or 2 minutes. When
Yes,
the
sir.
question
Yes, sir.
arises, we can just answer, madam. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes,
No
sir.
one has arranged any
Anna, 1
question.
minute.
Yeah.
So it is my duty to thank, from my side. So I take this opportunity to thank the members of the Board of Management of SRM Institute of Science and Technology, College of Science and Humanities, Department of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, the Chief Patron, the Advisory Committee members, the Patron, and the convener, Dr. R. Mohana Krishnan, who all the way recognized me and who have given me this opportunity, and the co-conveners, organizing secretaries, coordinators of this wonderful 1-week virtual faculty development program. I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you who have been part of this program and who gave me the opportunities. And also, I would like to thank all the participants who have been very patiently listening, and without whom I would have not been succeeded in this presentation. Once again, I thank each and every one of you who have been a part of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. We'll have a formal word of thanks. I'd like to thank our Director of Sports for guiding us to run this FDP in a successful way. I'd like to thank Dr. Selva Lakshmi for her wonderful presentation and enriching the knowledge to the participants. I'd like to thank our Director of Campus Life for inaugurating this session. I'd like to thank all the participants for their patience hearing. Thank you, one and all. We shall meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thank you. Have a good day. God bless you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
I was good at